Y'all ready?
Oh, they're asking if we're ready.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're just testing.
Okay. Alright, Prince, whenever you are. Okay, stream is unmuted.
NPCs, player characters. NPCs, player characters. Your cards are now up. Your cards are now up.
Like I said before, Miss Ladia, I think it was just his leg bones were still trying to properly fuse together. I want you to bring your tools out so you can retest his reflexes on his legs and make sure before he puts weight on them that they'll be able to withstand, because you know his bones are different.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just finishing my writing.
Husband,
Okay.
speak to him once he is done receiving tribute. Men present. You may search me if you do not believe that. I will search you. Search. But I will be patient.
Still shows extreme external bruising. Seems like the internal tissues, according to the feedback that I'm getting from the Grove, are healing really nicely. I think your manipulation of his bones did the trick. They seem to be attaching.
Well, the bruising will stay
Properly.
there for some time, because there's new blood constantly going in and out of the body that is being generated, I would assume, by magical means. Because he hasn't eaten anything. That would explain otherwise.
Blaze, did you eat the apple I gave you yesterday?
Okay.
No, boy, Oleander.
Alright, so we're testing bones. Hey.
It's Oleander.
I thought I had it bad, living people's pain. You just hear it all the time. Let's see here.
God, no. God, what are they doing to me? No. Stop it, Oleander. Fuck. Stopped. Oleander stopped.
Thank goodness.
Fuck. God, he was relentless.
I believe it. It's the Inquisition we're talking about.
Ugh. Did you eat the apple or not, Blaze?
Seems out of it. Right. Reflexes. Little knee trick. On both? That's the lesser.
They moving
of the
at
two.
all?
That one is. Buffin, I think.
Okay.
The right one had the most damage. That's where the bone was completely out.
Yeah, when he slammed against the tree.
I'm not done. I mean, he could walk on it, run on it. You have the same issue. Limp on it, maybe.
So you think he'll be able to walk but not wear his armor for a bit, or?
I wouldn't worry about the armor. He's got belts for that. Straps. Distributes the weight even.
Well, I don't know that much about the Inquisition and their garments. That's what I was just asking.
I'm not sure. I do not have the answers. At the very least, to put less of a strain on you, a bone mending potion would help out tremendously.
I do have those. Just a second.
Oh, Sean, would you help me? A bone mending potion.
What exactly are you asking of me? To administer it?
No, I have a syringe, I just don't have the potion.
I hope you understand I don't keep these things on me, Miss Eiderman.
House,
Fine.
Thank you.
Maybe you hurry it up then.
No more fractures toward the toes. Feels fine.
Sorry. It's happening again.
O'Shawn is grabbing what I need, not administer it directly.
Okay.
To be better administered directly to where the problem is.
You think that will...
Syringes are very handy this way.
Okay. You think it'll fix it?
I think it would put less strain on you by having the alchemical herbs do what's needed. Thank you.
Okay.
Could you undo this wax cap for me?
Okay.
Taste. And here's the medical hammer. I can't keep weapons inside.
No.
It should at least put less strain on your magical ability.
That's not true. You weren't a toy.
Be quiet, finished.
For the most part, yes, I'm gonna write down some notes. Distribute bone mending potion. Given time 6 hours for fractures to be mended. I've yet to hear any sort of cracking or shuffling. I was wrong. Cracking and shuffling. Lessen the strain of magical healing. At least that is the hope. Tenham first. New month already. Where has all the time gone?
Sorry. Just thinking about what Oleander said is all.
Do not claim to know, Faye.
But I can understand his point of view.
I'm sure. I'm convinced you'll say just about anything that you can to try and crawl out of this alive.
No. The more I hear from him, the more I realize how much my decision hurts you.
You will never know. But that's not the point.
Do you think there's anything else he would need?
Time. Time is what he needs. These things don't happen overnight. And what we've done is expedite a year-long worth process. Things like this, where the body is near completely destroyed, take decades to heal. And by then, you're nothing but a brittle old being, if you're a human.
Perception check, Flavia Heidemann. You barely take
I've just
notice
never
of
seen the
the
body
figure
rapidly regenerate like that.
You see the Inquisitor's legs are somewhat tensed, shifting, almost as if looking something to springboard off of.
You should pack some things, Faye.
Oh, well. Do you know where his belongings, is it back at the...
I do not know.
Did you take all...
It was Tang that took
He starts
things.
to lean slightly to the side.
Do you think he might have
I
dropped
think you
the
should go
amulet?
pack your things now.
Alright.
Go on. Would have broken your legs again.
If the trade-off was a broken neck, it doesn't really matter now, does it?
Well, then all my work would be for nothing.
Isn't that a theme for you?
No. I
By
mean,
your own words, it is.
I've lost a lot. You and I both know this. And you said it yourself, I'm running out of bodies to protect me.
That you are.
Such is my legacy. Doesn't have to be, but probably what's
There's
owed.
not a single thing that could possibly be worth sitting in here and continuing to threaten your own life writing.
I'm writing a poem for a prince.
How whimsical.
It's about me. Though he'll have to guess that.
That prince is spineless.
He told me he's nothing like his father.
That much is apparent.
I'm just leaving him his normal buckets of water. Water, empty bucket. I'm gonna finish getting the other things.
What, did the bucket surprise you?
No. Surprised you didn't take another leap.
Well, I need the buckets. Where else am I going to shit in my cage?
Were you told of my heroic deeds at the embassy yet?
Blood has filtered back between visitors and the mumbling guards.
I brought your other compatriots meals up top. When you all swap out, please feel free to get something rather than
Just felt
rations.
so...
Something warm. Or
Aspirations unmet. That's the words I'm looking for. Of course, peace couldn't be achieved the way I thought.
Of course not, they're loyal.
Oh, they're in prison right now in the clinic. Not all of them. There's still some Kastakars that made it to the boat. Some of them are good men. Some of them wanted nothing to do with me. It'd be right to send them home. I can die some other way.
Some of them are good men, and some of them want nothing to do with me. That's what you judge goodness by, eh?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, so what? That's what you said.
Dost thou know my heart, Blaze Fisk?
Unfortunately, you wear it on your sleeve. I think everyone knows your heart. That's why
Do
you're in the
not
trouble
seek
you're in.
to write its narrative.
You seek to make it known to everyone around you. You use it a
No,
moral
it is
standing
just... It is just a fact of my person. Yes, it is worn on my sleeve. Doesn't mean you can see into it. It means you can abuse it.
Are you almost finished? I'd like to take my shit now.
See you later, Blaze Fisk. I'm gonna need that book back at some point, but also has my medical notes.
Well,
He's going to use the bathroom. don't think he wants to be spoken to anymore.
Well, of course, I wouldn't either if I was trying to... Yeah.
No.
So you think that would do the trick and finish in healing the leg properly?
Have your potions ever really failed before? Bone mending potions?
No, if
Then
them...
no.
Okay,
It will not fail.
good.
Then it will heal. I estimate about 6 hours, maybe 8. That
Good.
is completely, fully healed in 8 hours.
Okay.
It's not something you
Alright,
take
good.
instantly on the battlefield when your leg breaks, but give it time and it will do the work. And as it's a direct administration, I say 6 to 8 hours is pretty generous, as it is directly injected.
Curious to know is if his body regeneration capability will make it go even faster than we can, calculate on a normal person.
Faye. He was going to lunge at you out of the bed, risk breaking his own neck. Just to hug you tight enough to kill you. So I asked you to leave. It was this close. I'm sorry. It would not do well for you to enter that place again now that he is almost fully healed.
Okay. So I guess there's no change in his mind then.
There is no convincing a man driven by what he is to try and work with you. He must be willing of his own accord. You can lead a horse to water, you can't force it to drink, that type of thing.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
It was going to be my leading argument before Strider full sent his entire chassis into me, into the tree. There is no way, Faye, on this earth, or for what comes after, will you ever be able to repay what you had hand in. It is not possible. In this, I agree with Blaze Fisk. But to waste an opportunity to stop an unending death cycle, it shouldn't be squandered knowing what you can do. We can't say it's hypothetical anymore. We can't say it's a what if anymore. You can do certain things. The problem is risking getting rid of the green death and what it is. I worry it will corrupt you. It will kill you.
But even if it kills me, at least generations going forward wouldn't have to suffer my mistake.
Faye, death is not the escape. It will not be for you. If the green death consumes you, consumes your being as you attempt to destroy it, know this. Actually, you should read it.
Oh, your other... Yeah.
You'll see what I mean, rather than me repeating what I've already written. I'm going to go pray. You'll excuse me.
All right. I'll go get the rest of my potions and stuff ready for jail.
You should read it.
I'll get it.
Now I read Faye's thing. What are you reading?
Fall back there.
Where we left off.
This is
You
the
had finished your
complete
diary.
religious
Yes.
transcript excerpts of Ladia Heidemann. It has a prologue of the introduction as to what the subject is, and then several chapters, each pertaining to a particular deity of Azira. Do you choose to skip, or do you choose to read it?
Choose to read it.
Very good. Religion and theology were for the most part the height of my studies when I attended Oasis College of Fine Arts. Along with the etiquette and superior writing calligraphy that was hounded into my very being, I found out that of all these various studies and lessons, that theology stood out amongst all the rest. Having been born in Sunmore, at the height of the Empire's golden era, when it concerned Sotar and his various tenets, there was never a moment in my youth where anything concerning my religion was questioned by myself or those around me. It wasn't out of fear, the thought of discussing other religions. It was that up until that point, I had never known any other religious figure. I dare say most of my classmates and friends were the same mind, though I don't claim to know their hearts and minds. It wasn't until I was sent away from the Empire at the height of the Aralandi versus Imperial conflict did I find much of my perspective had been altered or skewed in such a fashion as to not question my values or beliefs. I resented my parents, for a time, for having sent me away to a country where I couldn't afford books and my lifestyle was changed so thoroughly from a noble to a baker servant girl. But through this experience and change of perspective, I learned many life-changing truths and began to form my own opinion, which to an extent wasn't allowed in my country of birth. Sotar is all, his light is good and pure, and set a spark in all our hearts and minds to burn out all evils wherever it may take root in the world, said the most saintly of overzealous priests. Yet in the same breath condemn any who would be not of pure birth or inhuman to the smallest degree, words not spoken in any of the holy tenets. The light would bring clarity and truth. At least, so it is written, and yet I find myself hesitating to accept this interpretation. For if one does accept that the light brings clarity and truth, whose truth was it? Was it the objective truth? Was it the God's will and word spoken to man? Or was it a priest's interpretation of the holy texts? Here I became troubled, for in this culture where I had grown up, in this line of thinking, it went beyond borderline heresy. It was heresy by every extent of the law. Had I committed a sin, though it was not my intention to shun away from the faith that I grew up in, it mattered not. I was going against the will of God, the tenets that which were right and holy. I was a heretic, and I should seek repentance for having the very thought of doubting my faith in my mind. The penalty was death. So knowing death was certain, curiosity played its part, and my mind ran wild with learning all there was to know about the known religions of the world. And so I write this literature for the intended purpose of education and broadening one's horizon when it comes to theology. Though it will have some personal notes from myself as the writer, I encourage you to all form your own opinions and perspectives given the wording in front of you, not to prove which religion is right or wrong, but to better understand the very nature of this world and these godly beings we faithfully commit ourselves to.
The beginning passage ends and follows near instantly a chapter on Mithrax, Guardian of the Blue Flame. You don't particularly feel this is what Lottie was referencing at this time. You peel back a few pages wondering what she meant by reading what she intended you to read. And then, of course, it clicks. The very last entry of this religious excerpt is Etla, goddess of nature, ? Will you choose to read this passage?
Very much so.
Very good.
It is said, when the world first came into existence, Etla was there too. It was she who planted the first tree, she who weaved much of life into the plains of now Azira. Yet, how can we be sure of this? How do we know this being was a goddess? It is argued that she simply is nature incarnate. Such a bold claim, however, would require some evidence, and yet there is. Humor me, if you would, as we delve into what seems fantastical and unbelievable. However, if you do your own research, or look into the Institute, or follow the Inquisition closely, as I have, you will soon find that much of this next bit of writing is well warranted, and not as ridiculous as it sounds. Within our known world, there are beings of nature known as dryads, creatures of myth and legend and few in number, revered by the elves, especially wood elves, and unheard of by nearly all people here in Azira, and for good reason, too. These beings wield immense power, from talking to common beasts to summoning towering treekin if trespassed upon. They aren't inherently evil by any means, though they set their own morals and what is right and wrong differ from what you or I understand. For instance, if it came to treating the wound of a deer or the wound of a varied other humanoid creature not of its tribe, both are seen as equal in life, though the tree folk would more than likely assist that which is not foreign to them. With this brief explanation to the nature of dryads, we piece together the nature of this goddess of nature. All elves acknowledge the existence of this figure, and many claim her works and state of being are still very much present and carried out to this day as evident by nature itself. There are old texts, but more so, much like the goddess Ashahari, her teachings and existence is understood by the simple acknowledgement that these longer-lived races have carried such information since the First Era. Dryads are considered her children, and take root away from general society in every corner of the world, in reserved, secluded places they call groves. It is a beautiful landmark, should you ever have the privilege of being welcomed in one. I will admit, my first experience was terrifying, as it was so different and alien to what I was used to having growing up as an Imperial citizen. However, it grew on me. I wanted to find fault in such a place, but the pros far outweighed the cons. Such places are in a constant precarious shift of balance, and so it must be, as nature ever adapts and evolves all around us. But I digress. This is a religious excerpt, and not the nature of dryads in their groves. In summary, though I have not delved into too much of the history books regarding Etla, as there aren't many, from what is told to me, and the very evidence of my own eyes having seen the wonders untold from her followers, and being saved by one, I am sure as the sun is to rise, Etla is very much a being which more than likely still exists as a constant in our world, through testaments of the elves themselves, and through seeing her unique creatures as terrific as they are, and can be. I end this excerpt with a bitter-sweet note. Beware of those who claim to understand Etla's will here on Azira. As powerful as some of these nature folk can be, it isn't without cost. Some of these beings, these dryads, or wood folk who are newly awakened and young, are deceiving themselves when they claim to do all in accordance with a higher power. Truly, I say this in the hopes that those with great power do not become so corrupt. No one in Azira should obtain power that rivals the gods themselves. It would be better for the world to burn in fire than to lose all meaning when there is no well of souls left to draw on from, and all that is left is supposed green paradise.
The excerpt ends, and so does the book. There are more passages, but that is the one she intended you to read.
Jasmine Goldrick said that I had finally learned the truth.
Sometimes the truth is
Most
not
trusted
good
ally.
to be learned.
Dido, her guardian, her first creation, turned against her.
Mayhaps because we all have free will. Mayhaps not. I'd like to think because we can choose to love, everything has a free innate will. But in the first era, that was taken away from certain people. And so the chains were broken. I think this was the right thing to do, in my opinion. So now you know Lonnie's opinion on Grove, followers of Etna and whatnot. It's very bittersweet. It serves as a warning. Because those with great power fuck everything over. I'm glad you like my writing. I write it all. I literally write all my stuff. There's no chat GPT, there's no AI, there's no nothing. I write. That's what I do. But yes, there are more.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's the heat. The amulet.
Shit, I can't get near it. Where was he hiding the amulet?
In him.
Ugh, okay. Shit.
Stay behind us.
Don't.
Yeah, no. Don't
You will
aggravate
kill
him.
her. There is one thing Basefist never does, and that is lie. If he says he will kill her, he will. But as a citizen of Nautis,
At the ready. Don't make a move. But just be ready.
Middle horse.
Now you stay right there. I'm going to keep my hand around that throat of yours. And you're going to get on after me.
Lottie, open the gate for them, would you? Please.
Nice brace to the front.
Fine.
I was wrong. You won't be able to run, but he would be able to walk.
Miss Heidemann!
That is a civilian who has done no wrong.
Lay him out. He's got her neck. He can easily break it. Lay him out.
Don't let me tell you. Open the fucking gate.
Do it.
Horst, do it. Or I'll do it myself.
I'm terribly sorry, Gunther, you weren't the one in my cell. He took your place today, it seems.
Let her go now.
Don't follow them.
Send word to the Lord Marshal. Send word. Get on a fucking horse and go! Go! Got it.
Damn it. Fuck!
He
It's
still
okay, I
has
can-
a hostage.
It's okay, I can track him.
Doesn't matter. We need to inform the Lord Marshal.
Yeah.
Lottie, when we have my horse, can you grab your equipment and everything and hop on my horse with me? Here. Are you alright?
No, he fucking broke all my my limbs. I had to take a potion to fucking stand.
Let's get him to the bed so we can lay
Is he
down.
gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
Fuck.
You may have taken a potion. Those burns will take some time to mend. You'll need to rest. So rest. You've done your duty. Did what you had to do.
Fucking shit job at it.
Fuck.
My book.
Yeah, here. What do you need me to carry for you? I'll put it
Nothing.
in my
It's
bag.
just a book.
Saddlebags. Okay, come on. You can ride on my horse with me.
Of course.
Damn it. It feels like he's about to be outside the woods. I think he's headed to Cassetto.
That would make sense.
He's probably going to the Imperial ship.
More than likely means we need to get out of here or oh shit. God damn it, the other night. Fuck.
He's sending word to the Lord Marshal.
There is a knight in the chamber that he was in. He needs to be put on the horse and get out of here. If they decide to fire on the grove, he's dead. We need to get out of here now.
Are you telling me this place will too go?
It will let him. If he's going to that ship, there's no telling what he'll tell Dario.
Hopefully the truth.
I'm just not going to chance it with you here. We need to get you back to Nautis.
Faye, you wish us to not be in the grove?
I would recommend against it.
Yeah.
If he decides to fire upon it.
Then I'll stay with them and
Okay.
with you to not.
If you need to, go to home, the Hobbit home. It's protected by rocks all around it.
Okay.
Boulders.
And I'll meet you in Nautis.
Okay. I need to get her back to her regiment.
Okay.
I'm taking Lottie Heidemann back to Nautis so she can get a hold of her regiment, just in case they're needed. Damn it. This will be faster. Come on. Damn it. Please, please don't hurt her.
Orn is going to be very displeased.
Damn it. Our only way for... Damn it.
There's no telling if Dario read any of the missives. I highly doubt even he did.
Shit.
You couldn't have stopped him.
I know.
Those roots would have writhed and died the moment they came out of the grove. I know you're thinking. It would have done nothing. No wonder he didn't eat.
Thanks.
Smart.
By the way, thank you for the books.
Sure.
Reminds me of something my old teacher said, which I started doing after I made my mistake. Follow my heart, my conscience. It will never lead me astray.
Be careful. Heart and consciousness is at the root of the Empire. It is where they decided to make laws that are inherently evil because they believe their heart's pure and they believe their heart's good. It is why
Reminds me of
children burn at the stake for no reason.
Reminds me of the excerpts I used to read when I thought I was a high elf for years. From Ashahari. Yeah.
I have something.
Her teachings are nothing. The high elves have twisted it so much, thinking
You'll
they're
like
pure
my
and.
passage, then.
Yeah. I didn't
Very
like it at
much
all once I learned the
tackles-
truth.
It very much tackles her very nature of being. And it is not entirely hopeless. There are still people who enact a goodly will that still follow her. Funny enough, and spoiler warning, she is the only one I would consider, in all honesty, other than Etla, to be a goddess.
Paid you full for it. Thank you.
Let me get you to your regiment. Oh. Here you are, my lady. Back to your regiment.
Oh, I thought that would hit us.
Stand to. Lock down the clinic temporarily, double the security. Do so now, please. Powder stores should be not in the basement. Store them on the second floor. I don't want a prisoner getting out and then deciding to do all in Sotar's mercy. To doubt yourself now. To start doubting now means everyone else was wrong. Do not prove them wrong. Prove you right. It is far better.
Hey. I brought her back as quickly as I could, Midwick.
That's so.
The Inquisitor is free. He is now more than likely in Cassetto with his hostage. So we've locked down the clinic.
I probably should head to Cassetto, see if Elle's okay.
This is of your own free will and accord. I have to stay with my company, so they have someone in command.
I understand. I need to make
cannot
sure my
follow.
sister's okay.
I promise not to get involved.
I know. Thank you for both for all that you've done. I mean that.
It would be better for the world to burn in fire and in its entire, if all that is left is supposed green paradise. What do you think?
Bring him now.
I think we should.
I got most of the things locked down inside.
Thank you. Pots. Rest of you two, go down to the powder stores by the
Did
main
Lottie also leave
docks.
with them?
Ernst,
Pretty urgent.
Iva, powder stores. Secure it.
Shall you set it right?
Thank you.
She said my name and she got it right.
I'm gonna check the supplies about the docks. I'll be back soon.
Make sure they do a good job.
Well, this is by far the worst thing that could have happened.
No. I think everyone
No?
dying days before would have been far worse.
Well, everyone's going to die now, because he's loose.
We do not know that.
He swore to it. Give me a reason not to know that. Everyone in that room, you heard his words.
I swore an oath to save any and all I could that are put on the table in front of me. And the first patient I ever treated, who was a poor slave girl and farm girl, died because I made a miscalculation. We can swear and promise all we want, Ludwig. It's very hard to enact on something done right. It is quite possible.
And see.
It is why I'm locking everything down, putting all the powder behind extra pillars, so that if we are targeted, half of Nautis doesn't go up too. I know this. I am not his target, and neither are you. He's just frustrated.
He's just frustrated, but he's also a man with the ability to kill everyone.
It is true.
By
So we
himself.
should skirt around this possibility, I would think.
I think we're past that point.
We don't know. We cannot claim to know someone's heart.
As true as they may be.
Then you were called
I'm
Dario.
inclined to Dario is different.
Dario is a mass murderer.
Dario is a man. Whatever they did, Blaze, he is no longer a man.
He was never a man. And that is where no one can understand it, and I don't know how anyone can understand it. Anyway. That's
We
it.
should rightfully fear no.
I agree.
I will put my trust in your judgment as I always have, my dear. But know that I have my reservations.
I know. And it's good you do think on your own. It's why I asked you. Thank you. I'm not so sure of anything now. I did what my conscience dictated, and it dictated the slaughter of the innocents would not justify clean judgment.
I understand where you're coming from,
It's
and I
how
agree.
I have always thought. It's just unheard
This
of
is a very-
in a world of coin and greed and murder.
This is a very unusual time. If you had told me years ago that I would wind up in Gradia with Erlandes, Giwan Knights, and Imperials all in the same town, I would have thought you mad. The fact that this town's still standing after everything
Yes,
is a testament.
truly, it is a marvel in itself.
I will hope and pray that you are right. But in the meantime, what else needs to be done?
It is done.
Good. I know. Who is it? We're going to be fashioning some pikes. Trading in weapons for means of ranged combat, as the company is being reformed into a pike and shot company. So, go to the quartermaster and grab a list of every howard we have We are going to be trading half of them with our local blacksmith. The longer fashioned, albeit brittle, pikes. As we are very limited in number, we, as our unit, should be focusing on preservation and survival. And the further you are from your enemy, where they can take a bullet instead of a swing at you, is better. We do not have shields, we have half plate. We are very weak to range, and we are very weak when it comes to grey orcs. So having them stuck in front of us, 9 feet in front of us, is better.
Fucking Imperials.
Well, I don't disagree with your logic.
Oh, it's dead,
Wouldn't
that's
it be
why.
best to keep our halberdiers as halberdiers?
I'm inclined to agree, but they're trained in polearms for a reason, a good reason.
This is
I do
true.
like my halberd.
And I need them to...
Should we?
Oh my goodness, I'm dying. Please. My leg. Okay.
So that's safer.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Zotar has abandoned me. I'm a hopeless cause.
Sure. Don't agree.
If the lady says it.
Why?
I don't agree when she says she's
Why?
a hopeless cause.
Okay, I'm just gonna let that be.
But whatever the lady says, it's true, no?
I know.
Follow her word.
But if we are to maintain a priority on less attrition and more preservation of life, the further we are from our enemies, the better. We'll have countermeasures for this if we work with the Dodds and volunteer skirmishers. We don't have Highby Knights, we don't have Line Breakers. We have one champion who's a quartermaster.
I understand, and as I said, I agree with your logic, but halberds are what these boys are most familiar with. Perhaps we should prefer to stick with what they're more comfortable.
To get down and dirty in a trench, it is most uncomfortable business. I disagree. We should get down and dirty in that which is unfamiliar. It'll keep us
It is your decision
working.
at the end of the day.
I am going to murder this thing.
Too bad, you can take it to mandatory place. Not right, your boss did so.
Make way. Bots.
Make way. Yes, make way.
You have the halberd. Oh, never mind.
Stand to, look sharp.
Yeah.
And stand in a muddle.
That is the mother.
I trust you'll still be my bannerman at the end of the day.
Will do whatever you ask of me.
I think that all the outside visitors.
Proud member of the Earhart Cavalry, I can see.
You're so
40
mean.
and her donkey. I'm sorry, how could I not laugh at that? In the middle of the... Do I have to go get the flag? I still have it.
You don't have to carry it now, but if you want to look sharp, if you want to hold the
I
colors...
don't already.
You could use a trim.
I disagree.
As your commanding officer, privates, does my father need a trim?
Don't you dare try to enforce the grooming standard with them.
To be fair, I do think Lord Jim could be.
You're supposed to agree or I have you shot.
Young man, do you even have facial hair?
You see, it looks like you should get a trim. This is how Imperial Indoctrination works.
Your sense of humor.
I say
has gone
jump.
twisted.
They say jump more.
How high?
How high? There you go.
Jump more.
Now fast.
Lady Hardiman,
How fast? How do you jump fast?
your presence is requested at the
Doesn't make any
Lord
sense.
Marshal's estates.
With me, security.
You jump harder.
I guess that's us, boys.
Oh, he's ready. Yazi security.
I have my own opinions about it. If you think it's a good idea, I would recommend speaking to any of anyone else who is a mercenary that is also part of the guild. Speak with them.
Done.
Beautiful day for lunch and shit hits.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Unending. Unending torment.
Oh, this looks like it's gonna be fun. Enjoy. Have fun storming the castle.
Like, you could, like, as a temporary thing, you could just, like, buy this.
You can wait outside.
Set up right here.
Hi, miss.
Ludwig, Corporal Ludwig, you can come with me.
Stand off to the side, boys. Just don't get in any trouble.
That's fine.
Come on. Yeah. Please.
Oh yeah.
You're fine.
Thank you.
I carry no such instruments.
Oh, guardsman, you would have seen a collar's dagger that you made of his armors. You might want to get off.
Any other weapons? Do you count surgical tools? They can be used as such.
I have a
He's
dagger
fine.
on me, guardsman.
Where is it?
It's on my side. If someone collar made me.
Very well.
Thank you. Give it to the guard, please.
Take it then. Here was all I was informed. Sent you Second. Guess I'm gonna assume your father was.
Just don't touch the staff.
Yeah, I don't know where he is now. Think you're tracking down tips.
I'll go see if he's in his study.
Appreciate it.
My lord,
Miss Taunty, your sword.
may I speak to you this side here? Quickly.
Oh, fuck. Just, yep.
Careful now.
Which this dog? They're coming here.
Heading towards. I'm not sure what they're going to be doing.
Almost door.
It's a formality for now. Any weapons, hand them over.
Stand by outside in your orders.
Appreciate it.
I'll be here soon, my lord. Get right ahead. Your weapons will be on the
take a
table.
seat
over
at the
here.
table.
You see manacles on her hands.
Orders.
Wait for Arn, but I want to get a rundown. The reason you're all here is because, if you weren't already aware, the captive Fisk has escaped custody and has now made his way back to the Imperial warship to link up with Dario. You are all here because, from my understanding, all of you were in the grove at some point last night. Am I wrong in that?
You're not wrong.
Good. I need a rundown of everyone that visited him, everyone that spoke to him, and
Imperial ship is
everyone
in
that was in
dock.
the grove and what you were there.
I'm sure your guard that was actually on duty would have better answers for that.
You wish for me to tighten security, Lord?
Please do.
The Imperial ship's at dock? Like...
You heard the man. Remain here, stand on guard.
Let me know.
You're not gonna keep us in here, right?
I need to know what happened. I need to know how he got this implement that managed to get him to escape. And until I know what happened...
Well, you knew I already told Arn that I didn't see his amulet anywhere, so I was going to ask to see if Tang found her.
You want me to get the boys ready at the clinic?
That's what he used to get out of there.
Apparently, but how did he get it is my concern.
With your permission, I will
He
leave.
hadn't eaten anything in days. Laudia can say how he got it out. He swallowed it, obviously.
Yes.
And he shit it out.
He
this
swallowed
morning.
it and didn't
Right
eat
before
for
he
3
talked to me.
days. That's why he refused. He wasn't required to eat, as the grove was keeping him alive.
We missed this?
I've been looking for that amulet everywhere, so I haven't... Using the Force eyes, I didn't know what happened to it. Otherwise, I would have said something. Your father said I should talk to him, and I was going to talk to him, but I had to go get the tools with Laudia. And then that's when he did his whatever business.
This was unforeseen, Lord Bernard. There's no way we would have known unless we cut him open.
The only thing
You
we
were
cut on
probably
was
there
his
to
nose.
help with the healing process, I assume?
That is correct.
Alright. And we didn't cut him open, why?
Only on arms and legs because the vertebrae was already set right. It was mainly the other portions. I think only the ribs were cut open.
How long were you there for?
Last night, or for the past days, I've been there every night.
Last night.
6 hours.
Torty?
I spent the night, but I left early this morning.
She did.
Anything you want to add to this?
I didn't even get to say goodbye this morning or anything. I just left.
Sarah?
I only spoke to him for maybe 15 minutes.
What point of the night was that? Was that early on or later?
Very late, I think. It was myself and Toshi, and as far as I know, that's the last visitor he had.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but the fugitives are in the city.
Alright, we'll round up the men. Laudia, you too. The rest of you, you don't have to stay in the room, but stay close. There'll be questions.
Attend me.
I think they're about to know.
And
They're coming out.
Slaughtered a couple people here already. They're off the ship.
Of course they are.
Your orders, my lord.
Orders.
Sir.
Lady Heidemann, you are the Imperial diplomat. You will be taking point in this. I am to lend a sword.
Of course they are. It looks like
You're waiting for us then.
ship is right at the damn city with those cannons.
They're making their way up through the docks as we speak. They should be already on the pool.
Down this, down this very thing.
Left and right.
The balls to do it. We have a lot of people here into the ship that we've been to. Sure hope not.
Thank you, Captain.
What the hell happened? Clear the path.
What's happening, Captain?
Clear the path.
Lady Heidemann, I need your men to assist me to ensure that the Major Dario remains in bondage and chains.
Where am I sending
cell
him?
inside of the clinic shortly.
Understood.
The basement to be put under guard along with several Redard soldiers.
The Major will be bunking with the 41st and the remaining Castigars.
Aye, miss.
Follow in behind.
Maybe the Inquisitor's not as bad as everybody says.
I'm sure he gets there safely.
Don't you dare utter those words in front of me again. We can talk about this later.
Did you call for them to come over and they ran away? I'm so sorry, Captain. That's orders.
Clear the road! Clear! Immediately! Clear the road! That means you too. Move.
Captain, can't talk to a noble woman like that.
Wrong time?
There's so many people with No.
3 days of captivity. Legally, we'll discuss that in front of the council.
So that people stop thinking that you're going to execute a widow if she treats you good.
There you go.
Alright.
Major Dario,
Excuse me.
you have not only breached the chain of command and instilled insurrection amongst the ranks, but you have wandered far from our original orders, and your actions have brought low both the uniform and this detachment. You are a disgrace to the uniform, and I place you under arrest in the care of Lottie Heidemann. Bring him to his cell.
Yes, Inquisitor.
Aye, Inquisitor.
He is to be stripped of his weapons. There will be a meeting, I'm sure, as there's a lot of confusion over the last few days' events. I would like you present.
I relinquish my command. Whatever is necessary.
Nothing is needed to be relinquished. You take the Major's place at once.
Understood, Inquisitor.
Ensure that he does not escape.
I'll have my
He
5
may be good with a
rifles
blade,
built.
but behind the bars, good. Good.
Form the quartermaster. 5 of our useful rifles. And if
You may
Metzinger
approach,
is
my
on the
lord.
boat, tell him to repair the other 15.
I'm sure you're aware the last few days have been rather bloody and confusing.
Quite.
There's no doubt that there have been legal actions both on the sides of the Imperium and third parties. This will be brought before the Redod Council. The Major is being arrested for his crimes and for taking into his own hands Inquisitional troops to do things that he was not intended to do, so the Imperium will answer for those crimes.
Very good. And yourself?
Well, I will remain inside the clinic until the meeting with the barony, unless you wish to place me under arrest.
You gave command to Lady Heidemann, correct?
She has current command over what Dario had, yes.
I will leave her in your care then.
so be it. Not expecting any trouble from me.
We'll see. Back to the estate.
Is this bittersweet?
You're all under Ladia Heideman's command. She's the ranking officer at the moment. If you disobey her orders, you'll be executed.
Aye, sir.
I will be back.
Something must have flipped the lever. Something or someone.
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Still very skeptical of the whole thing. Though something did seem different.
Yes. Different. Huh. The amulet.
Gentlemen.
He was enacting the amulet's will.
See anything or hear anything out of the ordinary from anyone imprisoned, or the Inquisitor himself do inform
I don't know.
or the
What?
Lady Heidemann?
I don't know. Makes
What have we
sense.
done?
I don't know. It's complete 180.
Go back to doing your duties.
6 bucks.
5 rifles on Daria. Day in, day out. The other 5, windows of every clinic. 2nd floor. And then get Metzinger to repair my other 10 rifles, please. He'll be on the boat. In his office. Pretty sure he has one.
None of that made any sense. Rests Dario and lets his hostage go. Why? I'll be right back.
Yes. I will be here. I'll be here. Blessed saints, is it too early to celebrate? I am no longer naive to know that it is. It is never this easy. Be still, my heart. Be still. do want to talk to Doria at some point. That's a must for me. I have to. No, there's gotta be something more. Has to be something more.
Said we were needed at the med station. He finally freed me from our manacles. Much is sick.
There are quite a few.
You can come help, or
I'm trying to figure all this out.
what happened?
He arrested Dario. He's been placed under my
Excuse
care.
me?
He's effectively surrendered. I don't know what to make of it.
Arn just said that a mem called an emergency meeting that they're going to try and fully prosecute both him and Dario.
I can understand that.
And he's pretty sure that the other embassies won't involve themselves in acquiesce to try and avoid an international incident. God.
Double, triple, and quadruple checked.
Well, I've locked everything down. Everything.
Well, whenever you have a chance, if you would come help, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Rest of you stay, maintain security. I will be fine.
Hi, miss.
I need you.
I'm coming.
Bonnie's coming.
Medical again, right?
If you want jail,
Has someone
fine.
gotten over here yet, or?
I'm a medic. Oh.
I would,
Hi, I know. Are you taking a break?
It's,
I guess I am on duty.
Okay. One minute. Okay.
Just,
Alright.
be careful in there.
I
both begin
know
to
something
wander
they don't.
inside. You can see the amount of people have cluttered this entire space. It is overwhelming, the numbers now.
You both are aware that day after day after day, they've been trying to treat as many people as possible. But the numbers have been just growing and growing.
You both realize, without Soma here,
Today is going to be a very difficult day.
Roll up this easy. Okay.
Can't exactly do that.
I know. Sanitizer.
It's not gonna matter this way if you're getting into contact with all these people. We'll take the main building.
As you look into the room, this place has been torn to sunders, bandages, blood sprayed about. It has been overused, the space. The bed itself, the sheets are nasty, Claudia, to your standards in the surgery. The place has been
Grab straw.
used over and over.
These sheets will not do. It'll cause dysentery.
So as you enter this room, you can see the amount of filth that's just been growing. The
Papa.
number of patients you saw coming in were in
Grab straw. Lots of straw. There's too much rotting mattress in here.
There's an overflow.
And it will cause dysentery, further infection.
Hopefully the expansion within the town is actually going to help.
Soma, are you going to take point in all
what's
this?
going on? I am indeed. The most important injuries, diseases, any of that of the kind, you brought running in here to me, something that I need to bring to you right here, right now. Last time that we did this, there was some sort of drug going around, so that people were having hysterical laughter. We need to keep in touch with that.
We just need lots of straw. Lots of straw that can be hay baled out. Pitchforked out. It isn't the surgery that will kill these people, Soma. It's the muck and filth. They will die from an infection the moment we try and fix them. We need to keep this place clean. Have a designated street sweep or cleaner to go in behind us and clean everything. It's gonna be tough work, but we can't do it in an environment like this. It's filthy.
Next door. Come with me.
Very good.
You're dead. You're almost dead.
You.
One that needs attention.
It's okay.
Yep, bring her on in.
You walk inside Lottie, and once again another building full of filth, blood, and there is definitely a smell.
All
But
the
you know you
mattresses
do not
out.
have time.
Take all the mattresses. They have to go. Everything. Just straw. That's all I need. Straw.
I'll get these taken out, and I have to start moving people in. There's too many of
Move
them
them
outside.
Move them in.
Let's just sit.
Okay. We'll look at it. We'll just lie you flat.
I was shot.
Shot?
A long time ago. In the riot. I never got it looked at.
Why would you do that? We have tools for that. You'll die of gangrene at this rate.
I thought I'd get in trouble, but it's done really bad.
Don't sit. Stand. If you're telling me that it hurts to sit down, that means you're going septic. That means your organs are shutting down. Because you failed to treat.
What does that mean?
Septic. So you know how something, if you leave it for a while, begins to stink, begins to
I don't wish
rot,
to sound rude,
corrode.
my dear, but you're going to need to work faster. We've got plenty more coming in.
Oh, fuck.
Lift up your shirt. Lift up your shirt.
Am I rotting?
But as he lifts up the shirt, you immediately see the blackened and blued area where the bullet has entered, the pus starting to leak out of the very, very old wound.
Fuck.
I'm going to need to take the bullet out before I sterilize your inside. If I don't, and it's just sitting there, it will infect again. It's lead. Your body doesn't like lead.
Okay.
Try not to move. Try not to. Fight this. Bullet tongs.
As the tongues start to go in, the pain from the wound starts to fester more and more. But with a 17 motor, you are quick and efficient with removing the bullets. You do notice on the shrapnel of the lead ball, the blood is almost turning to a sludge.
Shit.
Alright, help me with this. Take this bandage. Help me.
Yeah, okay.
Now hold it firm and tight. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Now hold it to your side. Like push it into your hip. Okay?
Okay.
Papa, that one's breathing is labored.
As you continue to treat the one in front of you, Ladia, you notice that even with the bullet out, the pain in this man seems to linger. You start to think about your extensive knowledge, and you can assume from the infection and the lead, there's a chance that his liver is starting to fail.
It hurts. It hurts.
Table. Move. Sit but lean back, but not all the way back.
Okay. Hold on a sec.
Just gonna feel the lower back.
You will be able to feel a slight lump in the back, as well as something a bit more similar to a viscera, almost grainy feeling.
That one's breathing. Papa, don't stand. That one's breathing. He's choking out.
What are you doing to me? What are you...
Your liver is failing because it cannot funnel out all the detritus in your system. That is because you have a pustule growth that is trying to expand and empty. Like how waste tries to leave your body, but it cannot be processed because your liver is leaking. It's creating a pustule.
Shit.
She's going to stab directly into it.
As you do that, you will start to see the yellowish liquid start to leak out.
Hold this bandage like I showed you. Tight to your hip. Tight to your hip.
Okay.
If the pain doesn't subside, call me.
Inhale, count to 4. Exhale, count to 4. He's got an old wound. It's very infected, and I think it's starting to get to his lungs.
His trachea is collapsing. Means his lung is filled. Your right lung, where your hand is.
But as you continue to feel the man in front of you, very quickly the very slight breathing will turn into nothing as his throat will fully close up.
Now good, Papa. Papa, there are others. Papa, there are others. There are others that are living. There are others that are living. We have to move on. Same issue, but not an old wound. Respiratory malfunction. It looks like not closed. He's able to breathe. His
The
nose.
wound,
Here.
the injury, the flesh is infected. It'll have to be removed.
Scalpel. Just hold his head. Move it to the left.
Hold your friend. Head there, friend.
Scheiße. I nicked an artery.
You start to see that the blood begins to pour more and more, faster and faster. You notice that the blood on this one is a darkened red.
It's lifeblood. Clamp, clamp, clamp.
As you put the clamp in to clamp down on the artery, you squeeze, but almost as seeming as the artery itself, the walls will weaken, it will burst almost immediately, spraying a
Damn. Damn.
You put your hand on, but the blood continues to flow more and more, almost in a wave.
You can't.
I have to have something.
Let's cut
on
it two
me.
ways. You can't, Papa. Next patient. Papa.
Get started on the next one.
You're coughing. That's a good sign. Means your lungs aren't collapsed if you cough. What do you feel? Tell me.
Lightheaded fever.
Lightheaded fever. Okay. Well, we want the fever. Fever is good. Fever means you're winning the infection battle. It's not too hot.
What is you feel their head, it is definitely warm, but not as bad as you've seen before.
You are winning this
The
bout.
pulse will go completely still.
So for you, water. You need fluid. Lots of fluid.
I'm ready. You're not sure if it fully helped them, but
For you. Drink. Drink this every 5 minutes, not the whole thing. You need to keep your body in constant hydration. You will beat this. You're winning the fever. You want this fever. It doesn't need to break. It will eventually, though. I hear you're
But
grunting
as you look over
less.
at the patient on the bed, you still see that the man is actually moving slightly.
Stay.
You go over to the man, and despite the airway being closed, there's still a slight pulse. You know the only chance that you have of saving this man is potentially cutting his throat open. Potentially opening up a new way.
Think. A sieve. We've tried everything else. You're swollen all the way up here to your jaw. Gonna take apart your syringe, take out the sieve. And jam the pointy bit in.
As you do so, immediately you start to hear the sound of
of a pressure is starting to release through. Immediately your mind starts to wander. One of his lungs clearly has collapsed from something.
Leave that there.
You feel against the chest, and you dig another hole in, and once again another...
Come on.
As his right side of his chest begins to
Come on.
push down, and as you start to stimulate the area,
Come on.
a very faint breath through the hole in his neck.
Yes. Come on. Come on. Come on, open up. Open up. Open up. There you are. There you are. Okay. Stay on your side, don't go flat. Stay on your side. Keep your arms by your side. Arms by your side. There you go. Thank goodness.
You're gonna see that the swelling itself does not go down, but he's breathing. He has a steady enough pulse. But now you need to figure out what happened. You look down at the chest of the man, and you look down and you will see a old puncture wound of some sort of shrapnel.
Let's go fishing, shall we? That's all I know how to do. At this rate.
You dig the pliers in, you'll very quickly find a singular piece of shrapnel from lead in his lung. Potentially, again during the ride, another night killer round shattering and flying into his chest, causing one of his lungs to collapse. You see that luckily it itself is not infected.
You are one of the luckiest people I have met in terms of my treatment. Anyone else would have pronounced you dead. I did pronounce you dead. Welcome back. How's the pain? Mitigated? If not a little. Right, here's what I need you to do.
Now it stings.
Good. That means you can feel it, which means you're not going septic. We want it to sting. The more pain you feel, there's your fever. You're gonna start running a very, very high fever now to beat that infection. So, what I need you to do, find a tent, lots of rest, water. Every time you wake up, drink water. Every time. Doesn't matter if you need to piss. Every time you wake up, drink. Come on. Come on. It is good to walk on it. Let the blood flow into the bandage. It will do its job. Go.
Thank you.
Yes, small hobbit. Let's look at you.
You merely see the hobbit in front of you is flushed, their face a deep red. You feel the head and you feel that they are burning.
You're losing the fever. Makes sense. You have a very low constitution being one so small. She has one infection, whereas you are not. Something's going to need to stimulate so that the fever is in your favor, or you will die to it. That is the reality of it. I need something to lessen her fever.
You're looking for medicines. I don't know what I've got on me.
Nowadays, you look at the hobbit one more time, you see a foam starting to leak out of their mouth.
It's old, but it might help.
Any tincture at this rate is good.
Hurry up with them. I need help with this. This one is coughing up blood, and I'm not sure why.
I'm gonna do a direct injection. I know this needle looks very scary. It is very scary. But it'll help, as you can't drink anything right now because of all of this. A direct injection will help. And hopefully, you'll win the fever
Tell me,
battle.
friend, have you
Alright? You trust me?
gotten into any
I
fights?
wouldn't hurt you.
anything weird
It is gonna hurt a
lately?
little. Then it will go. I promise.
Days ago, I think.
Come on. Okay, hold out
Got
your
to a
arm.
brawl with someone over.
Turn it over. I need to see your veins. Alright. Going to count together now, alright? On the count of 3. 1.
Injection is quick, efficient.
2, 3. See?
Team question, do you know what this tincture would be?
It would be a minor
Just
healing potion.
Understood.
Okay. Make sure that goes in. But just wrap that up nice. Sounds like they're having a lot of trouble next door. Goodness
I believe
me.
there was a man outside who appeared to be suffering from
You need rest.
some sort of affliction. I'm not sure. I need help with this one here.
How's this one doing? Sir, are you awake?
Claudia, this one here.
Alright. Don't fall asleep. Not yet.
He's definitely got some sort of infection in his lungs. He keeps coughing up blood. There's no injuries or nothing on him. He got some small bruises from a fight a few days ago, but that's about it.
So this is the normal sickness we've seen everyone else have. His
I'm not
organs,
sure.
one by one, are starting to shut down, I would guess. Are there any yellowness in the eyes?
His gums seem to be bleeding.
If his gums are bleeding, that's a sign that his stomach is not healthy. Everything you can tell from a person's insides, you can see from their mouth.
Yes, but he's coughing up
Gingivitis, all
blood,
that
so
sort
either
of
he's
thing.
bleeding somewhere in his throat or his lungs.
Well, if he's coughing, his
And
lungs
judging by
haven't
the amount, it's his
collapsed.
lungs.
They're both full of blood, probably. Okay, probably.
I don't.
You feel, listen to the chest, and the lungs seem fine. You can hear them breathing in and out fine.
No.
The airway slightly jagged with some sort of phlegm in it, but nothing terrible, at least you would think.
No, lungs are clear. I don't hear any highborn respiratory ailment. His throat's clear other than the normal mucus. There has to be something else why he's not winning the battle against his own body. Something else.
Check him over for any other injuries.
You
Perhaps
check
I
that.
missed something.
You continue to look around, and Ludwig, you will see something. You'll see a very slight lump on their lower section by one of their kidneys.
Right here, I got something, I think.
Let's take a look.
Right here.
You look down, Ladia, and you will immediately see that there are some lumps and discoloration by the location of where their kidneys would be.
Damn. You have a steadier hand than I. That pus has to drain. It will lead to kidney failure, but the pus has to drain somehow. Potion. Cut it, potion. Right.
Can't afford to waste potions.
Then cut we must.
Alright, you have
person
something?
live
Because
without
it's going to
their
bleed like
kidney?
crazy.
Oh, God.
Grab something to stop the blood with, because there's going to be a good bit of it. We'll be alright. I've been doing this all night. You just lay back. Now, the last talk to told you that must have done something right, because you're still here. Alright, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
As the incision is made, the blood will start to pour, but you don't see pus or any sort of odd liquid starting to come out. But as you run your hand across the body, very quickly you will notice that the skin itself is dry, and you actually start to see some pigmentation, discoloration on them themselves.
Leprosy. Leprosy. I'll know that. I know that anywhere. Damn it. It's too late now. Might as well cut off the rest. Give me your scalpel. Scalpel. I've already touched it. It's too late. I just gotta hope he's a dry leper and not a wet leper. I know the apothecary has potions for this,
successful
but
in cutting off the pigmentation, cutting off any sort of signs of disease. Your only hope is that it hasn't spread through the entire body now.
I can't touch anyone now. Damn it. You have a bottle of sanitizer?
Let's go, fella. Okay. You wanna go to the recovery zone? Alright, begin to feel.
I touch it to get you sick. If I did.
Don't worry about it. This is all part of the line of work.
Totally gray. There's no blood flow. Cracks in the skin that look like they bled a long time ago, but are no.
He has to be moved. Wet or dry leper.
Okay, I'll-
Can't be in here.
Get started on the others. Go. Go.
Right. Checks for a pulse.
You will see a pulse. You will also see that their fever has gone down slightly.
Hey,
And where you guardians like this stuff?
It's gone down.
Alcohol. Tequila. Yeah.
Tincture
just a
did its
little
job. You will need rest and water if you want the fever to eventually break and you win the infection.
We're gonna go outside.
Go find a tent. Ask the gods for water every time you wake up. Every time. Drink. Okay? Just little bits. Sorry. Sorry.
The man in front, as you touch him, he will look up, and you will see that the light causes him to squint.
It's fucking bright in here.
Close. Close. Just close. It caused you discomfort. Just close. Now tell me something. Do you still see flashingness? Or brightness even with your eyes closed?
A little.
Is it
Actually,
popping
not.
in and out? Like flashes?
Yes.
Okay. Open your right eye for me. Just the right.
I'm sorry to say, but I'm gonna have to.
Do you still see the popping and
Claudia,
flashing?
what's going on with him?
Something wrong with the eyes. He is fine. I had to cut a sieve.
I've got to move him. We've got too many people outside.
I know. Just lay him sideways, not flat back.
I could not wait on this one. This one's got enough arrows in his back to make a fucking wall look impressive.
Here, bring him over here.
Okay, what about the other eye? Close that one. Open this one.
No, no one's.
So your right eye.
On your stomach, on your stomach, or listen, just sit on the bed. Don't you dare sit on those fucking
Look
arrows.
directly into that light for me. Not at me, just directly into the light. Don't look at me. Look at that. Look at that. No, not at me.
You see,
Come on.
the man in front is not responding. You see that both the pupils are not dilated, though. This isn't any sort of concussion or head trauma. There's no injuries or scratches or blemishes on the head.
You're not infected. You're not got any visible
The skin
pain.
itself is not pale, it's tan.
Do you have a headache at all? Like throbbing from here to here? At all?
Not really.
Not really.
Really, just don't want to go to work. Other than that.
Not to be press surgeon, but this one is not going to bleed out if you don't see him.
Until I'm for sure, I don't know. I'm gonna cover your eye. Your right eye for now, okay? You're not immediate need of treatment, but I do want to check on you in the coming day.
Sit down here, you're gonna be on the floor.
But you're not in any danger, if that makes sense. Okay. You can go. You can go. Just keep that bandage over your right eye.
Safe. Never going to be safe.
There are a few arrows stuck in his back. I'm trying to pry out an arrowhead.
Oh, you'll need a bracket for that.
Yes. Well, this one's actually stuck inside and already broken off. Start on the other ones.
Looks like a porcupine.
The goblin arrows.
Great. Starts vomiting, we'll know what that means.
First arrow will be able to pull out successfully.
Come on.
You look at the goblin arrow and you don't see any sort of green or blackish liquid from the normal poison. However, as you look down at the man, you look at one of the arrows looking relatively deep and you see it goes from the back straight through to the front.
How
You know, that normal goblin bow wouldn't cause that potentially.
How
Something
on
stronger.
earth did that miss your lung? How on earth? He must have exhaled right as the arrow went through. There's no one else explaining it.
We don't have time to marvel at it, dude. Just get it fixed.
I'm gonna snap off the arrowhead in front first.
Is this where
Papa.
Sit down wherever you can, wherever there's room. On the bed or on the floor.
You'll need to pull this one out. I do not have the strength. Just pull this one. Here. I've already cut off the front end. Thank you. Okay. Well, you can handle the rest. I'm gonna look after some others. Here's the clamps for you.
Let's go help the others.
Yes.
Maybe I can't. I'm having trouble seeing.
Look at me. Look at me. See that light over there? Close your right eye.
Almost.
Do you still see
Well,
the
as
flashing?
you continue to treat the people in front, you start to hear the door opening and closing more and more, and by the time you turn around, you see 3, 4, 5 more starting to pour in.
Close your eyes for now. You're not in immediate danger. I'm gonna wrap this around you. Don't look, don't see. Lean back against the wall and wait.
That's not gonna be helpful. It's gonna...
Much work lately,
You will see various cuts along his side. Poison. It was never treated. I was gathering wood from the walls outside. Goblins attacked us.
Tired of goblins. It's about time we retook Balerno. Tier 1 antidote, raised to Tier 2 syringe. This will be a tier 2 antidote.
We're down to the last one.
It is a tier 1. I'm used to it. Goes to tier 1. Or tier 2 now. Let me know if that subsides.
Alright. Just figure out the move, alright? It's going to make this worse.
What's it with you? It's okay. Are you not seeing anything?
Success bonuses, treatments.
You're in the quarantine zone. You're sick. Or I'm evaluating you. I don't know if that you're sick.
You're strong, man.
Okay. Reach out. Reach out.
Just catch your breath.
You are safe. There's nothing here that will hurt you. There will be pain, there will be suffering. It will pass. It will be so. Okay. You are not immediate priority. I need to treat others. Lean yourself up against the wall. Make sure this individual next to you breathes. Feel his chest.
It's hot in here. Why is it so hot in
It's
here?
hot because it's trying to beat the poison. Papa.
As you walk up to the one collapsed on the
Drag this
ground, you
one over
immediately
there to
see
the
that
store.
he is aspirating more foam from his mouth.
I'll check this one. So tired.
You'll feel him and he's burning up.
He's losing the fever. I don't have any more of those tinctures, do we? Okay, come
Not
on.
enough for everybody.
Come here, come with me. Come with me. Use your legs. Come with me. Come on. Come on. I
As
know.
the man begins to
got
stand,
you.
you see that the legs are just barely holding him up. You see them shaking vigorously.
Can you scoot over for me, please, sir? To your right. Or left. Either works. Come this way. Down. Down. Okay.
I need to get out of here.
Take this. Take this cloth. Put it to your head. Let the coolness wash over you. Lean up against this wall. Just right here. Just right here. Lean up against the wall. Hold the coolness. It's a small bucket down here. Splash it on your face. Slowly but surely. Drink water. You need to keep drinking. Every moment you think you've drunk, 5 minutes have already passed. Drink. Feel good in standing, sir. Take your leave. Make it out then.
Sometimes I see things, sometimes I feel things.
How is his breathing?
He didn't want me to touch him.
Hey. Hey. Look at me. Look at me.
So hot in here. He is sweating profusely.
Look at me. This will pass. This will pass. Just sit for now. Sit.
Yes,
Papa.
Liquid from his mouth, starts to choke on it.
Help me with this.
What? Tell me.
He just collapsed. His pulse is rapid.
Caesar.
And now he's...
Cardiac arrest.
I think he might have taken something. I'm not sure. He was acting strange.
You sort of feel around the man, and once again, you don't see anything wrong with him other than the liquid starting to aspirate out of his mouth.
Something is causing him to do this. I think you're right. Something is in. Heimlich? Try Heimlich, maybe? I don't know, Papa.
If it's a seizure, we'll have to let him ride it. I'll go help the others. I'll stick with him.
Face that way. Face that way. That. Don't discharge anywhere else. If you know what's good for you and you care for the other people here, don't discharge anywhere else. That there.
I'm sorry.
I know you are. You can't help it. You're also not winning the battle in your body. Not dying. Do not say that. We don't use that word here. Not dying.
They took my boy to the dying room.
This is not the dying room.
They're taking us to bugs. It's the bugs, I'm telling you.
Okay, well, look at me. 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 Open your eyes. You are losing the battle in your body. You're losing. Your fever will not break until you beat it. This bucket of water is cool. This rag, keep it to your head. If you need to discharge, let it out. Let it out in there.
Okay.
That water's no longer usable. I gave him a tier 2 antidote, Papa.
Right.
It's poison. Close the blind one. What's wrong with you?
The bugs, they're all over my skin. The bugs they've taken several. They're dragging us to the dead room. We're all dead. We're all dying.
You are correct. You more so than anyone else. You're what, 87?
What do you mean?
You're definitely dying. Your body dies after 24.
They'll help you find a tent.
That's how it works.
I'm not dead, I'm alive.
Yes, you're living, but your body technically dies after 24. You can't create any more healthy tissue. It's the way of the world.
What is wrong with you?
It's just facts.
Bloody, as you continue to talk to this man, almost immediately your legs start to give out from the exhaustion, the constant treatment, and the fatigue.
I've had my limit too. You know.
The bugs are after you now.
I think we've exhausted what we can do for what's left.
You're going to leave me in here?
Somebody grab her before I drop. Grab her, please. Thank you.
When will you take her, Mr. Father Ludwig? Take her
It's fine, I got
to
her.
take her to the.
I got her.
She's still able to help. We had a wave of them. There's so many of them. Just wherever we need to go to next. Yeah.
The past room.
Once you have Soma, everyone.
All right. Grab Soma, Miss Faye.
Soma, come on.
I'm gonna switch to the other side so you can wrap your good arm around me, okay?
She's completely
Where are we
limp.
going?
There, over here.
Shit.
It's been a while. I think you really need to see the state of things.
Nothing.
Come on, bring her in.
Alright, come with me.
I am helping.
No, it's good.
I'm resting.
No reaction. Exhausted.
As each of you step into this room,
Shit.
the room is dark. Very little light is left in here. It seems you can tell this one soldier here passing them ale to each and every one. The breathing and coughing is worse than what it was in the streets. Each one looking at lifeless, just waiting for their time to end. The smell in this room is thick of filth and death that is beginning to clog this
Excellent.
space. He toils away bit by bit, and you can see the space has become overfilled at this point. They won't be able to fill many more people here, Soma, and to the rest of you. And what you do next, you understand it cannot maintain this state.
What do we do?
Set Ladia up here. Set her up here.
Okay. Alright. Sitting her over here.
Get her awake, Miss Faye.
Oh, you're being set over here. Yep, there.
You're not dead yet, buddy.
Hey, wake up.
We either need to get a bigger space or we need to get it cleaned out.
That would require you
Let me see. Let me
designated.
Let me think.
And all the patients there would be stuck outside.
You think of what will open her up, wake her up. Let me see.
The other
You want
option,
to looking at what herb that have this
expel
punchy
them
smell.
as well from the town. And let them die to the wilds.
The longer I stay here, hopefully more options we'll have.
I'm looking for something to wake her up. Give me one moment. No, there's a herb that has a smell.
I need time. Give me a
Don't have
moment.
time, Soma.
I need to think right now.
Oh wait, she remembered that the shroom lung cure smells rancid.
Rolling.
I'll need a constitution check.
As with a 2,
God
Ladia,
damn it.
do as you will with that.
She will not wake up.
Fuck. I don't know how to wake her up.
Ludwig, you go to this man.
Obama, what would you do with
Is
Cold water. Maybe.
slowing a man who's made to protect his
Um,
life as much as possible.
I wanna.
As he reaches out
I need a DM ask a question.
and he begins to slowly fall in your arms. Present.
Faye knows what she did in the Corando. Would the magic help?
This is just someone unconscious. You're pretty certain if you attempt something
Not
like that,
her.
it would
No,
happen.
I'm talking about the people in this room.
Oh.
A cleansing like she's done before in Corona.
This is not a cleansing situation.
Okay.
These are people at death's door that nothing else can be done for them.
So it's
That's only a miracle of sorts.
Fuck.
Yes.
Cool.
I need to check something inside.
I thought the Empire had guns. Like, I thought the Empire was the best in the world with stuff like this. Damn it, think.
How? Why? We don't. There's not enough shovels to bury them all.
We'll have to find a spot somewhere and burn them. They are diseases. We can't bury them. The soil will become toxic. They'll need to be burned. Do you want this to get worse than it already is?
No, I don't. These people think.
Shut up and listen to what I say.
Come on, buddy.
Do your best to help those who are still alive in this room.
Miss Lydia, come on. She's not one to wake.
Let me see if I have something.
Okay.
Where'd Soma go?
He went outside.
I try to tell him we have no time, but
Yeah, roll for this, I guess. What are you using?
Smelling salt.
Okay. Roll for
she
this
will
deal?
not wake up.
Oh.
She won't.
No.
No.
Well,
Well, I need a wisdom roll to find out if I would know anything that would wake her up. That's my 1+2. Come on, wisdom roll.
2 + 2, nothing. Nothing. This woman is out. This woman is out probably from pure exhaustion, Faye. Is your guess, maybe?
Someone's looking for you outside. I know.
God, I don't want to leave her. I'm gonna princess hold her with me and take her outside with me.
Oh, the surgeons are leaving.
They're calling for surgeon in there, and I have Ladia. What do you want me to do with her? I can only princess carry her so long. You want me to take her, lay her down on the bench in front of the hospital?
If you can get one of the guards to take you over to the clinic, I'll be over here.
Okay.
She needs rest. Is what she needs right now.
I'm carrying you. Guardsman, can you please take Miss Ladia over there to the Imperium and get her laid down? She's out, cold.
If
From
that is the
exhaustion.
case, I will need you to watch the gate for the moment while I take the handle.
Alright. I will watch the gate, make sure no one passes.
My goodness, light as a feather. Coming through, excuse me. Acting Imperium! I return to you your delegate. She's out cold, I guess, from overworking.
Thank you. Beautiful snoring noises, miss.
Well, let's go put her in there.
Like a proper lady. Let's go. But yeah, I think we should have a restraining order on Bastille and make sure she never comes near the clinic, because I
Look,
don't know
if she comes and asks for rifles again, you can ask her politely, what does a bathhouse owner want with Imperial property?
Me, shoot her. Me.
Yes, ma'am. I'll fulfill your orders to the best of my ability. I need a rifle, sir.
And this is where she will be, so I can go to my wife.
You go to wife.
Find your wife.
Bride wife. Wife,
Correct.
good.
You're your wife. Right, wife.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm sorry to cut it a little short, but I do need to go make sure my wife is okay.
I can't, dude. This is so fucking
Dance,
stupid.
Wolfman, dance.
Come on, dance. Bring her back.
Dance. Dance.
Bring her back.
Claudia, wake the fuck up, Claudia! Claudia, wake the fuck up!
It worked!
It worked! You did it! You did it. I'm a hero.
Oh my god!
You fucking did it! Oh my god!
Praise me! Praise me! My praise me! My praise me! My praise
Sorry, what?
Come on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're gonna have him hum something else, but we went with my credit instead.
Yeah, bro.
So, you're gonna be going with Blackfield.
Yeah, it's trial time. I
To-
was on my phone.
to-
I
it
was
was
just
meant to be a
massaging my
meeting,
wife's
but it's-
feet.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Can we kiss feet later?
No, dude. Good boy's got to get it now.
Damn, dude. Oh my god.
Oh shit! I didn't know you were cool like that.
Don't punch my cock.
I don't know.
Harder. I always knew there was something wrong with that lady.
Yeah,
Like a
on the
G's,
on the
G.
adoption papers it says he him.
Christ.
You didn't know that?
Oh, she spin.
We're proud of you either way.
Oh, thanks, man. You're so kind to me.
Yeah.
Suck my nuts. Such a child. I need help. Mental.
Alright. We can just go to the hospital. Toshi will be ready when he's ready.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Coming. Yes.
Okay. I was watching the stream, like I know.
It is that time.
It is that time, eh?
Yes.
Lead ever on.
Would you like me to accompany you?
Yes, Mr. Potts.
Claudia.
After being within the aid station as long as you have, a roll was made to see how well you would be afterwards in regards to your condition, in regards to the passing of it. Throughout the rest of the day, you will begin to feel worse and worse and worse. And with a 2 minus, then all adding to your detriment, you will slowly feel worse and worse and worse throughout the day.
I have
Sweats,
leprosy now.
maybe us.
I'll see your death with great purchase, ma'am.
Oh no! Oh my god! I touched a leper. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. What was I doing? Oh no!
That's why, Miss, I'll kill anybody that sees. Nobody will know.
Oh no! I'm gonna lose all my limbs and become a paraplegic. Oh my
You can't have a
god!
potato as your
I'm
leader.
gonna end up like Hanata Sojo. I'm gonna be that fucking chick with no arms or legs.
What the fuck?
You never played that game? The crippled disabled game? Where you date them?
Listen, I just don't want you to turn into a fucking potato, alright?
Oh no!
Fucking Mrs. Potato Head right here.
Lady Heidemann,
I hear you.
before we go in, is there anything that I would know?
Know about what?
About what is going to happen?
The Major is arrested and is to be put on trial. He committed crimes against the dynasty and against the Imperium, not following protocol. The sentence is very obvious.
Understood.
He was already slated for death. Now it's just a means of how he will die. I doubt I'll have much of a say. Nor do I have the words to say anything. Everything I have to say is personal and not applicable by law. I can't believe I have fucking leprosy. Oh my god. I'm gonna die.
My lady.
Yes. I hear you.
Is this the way to the meeting room?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. The council room, if I remember correctly, is up the stairs.
Yes.
Everything is so bright. It's gonna give me a headache.
Stay with
Good
her, Potts.
requisition,
I'm just
Nate.
gonna go double check.
I'm very sure.
I'll be by your
it's at
side.
the top of the stairs. And then I hang a right.
Don't worry, if we get lost, we can just drive your room. This should be it.
Lady Heidemann?
Or do you want to be on the same side of the document? I'm saying, let's be on the same side.
Je te laisserai des mots en dessous de ta porte, en dessous de la mur qui chante, tout près de la place où tes pieds passent, cachés dans les trous dans ton divan. Et quand tu es abandonné, embrasse-moi. Quand tu voudras, embrasse-moi. Quand tu voudras, embrasse-moi. Quand tu
Leprosy, it rots you. It's total immune fuckery. Your parts of your body just start rotting off as they go septic. It can be a dry leper, it can be a wet leper. Dry leper means it's mostly done away with and you're not oozing out of every orifice of your body, but your fingers fall off, your nose fall off, your ears fall off. It's essentially untreatable. It's treatable now. We have treatment for leprosy in today's world, like medicine has advanced. But back in those days, it was a death sentence. In FT, there is a treatment for leprosy, but it is expensive. And not everyone has the cure. In other words, it's essentially either your body gives out, you end up shooting yourself because it's incredibly painful, or you just somehow become a dry leper and learn to live with it. It sucks. Jover. I'm doomed. Roddy is a noble and rich. I am the diplomat, so they're not just gonna let me die, right? But you know. Am I so sure it was leprosy? We don't know. She did tell Ludwig that's what it looks like. Or looked like. Yeah, this is tough. Tried to be Jesus, contracted leprosy. That's essentially what happened when you think about it. No. The man wasn't oozing. His skin was decaying, dry, it needed to be cut out. And on the inside, it wasn't pustule, but it was oozing. It's a very, very clear indicator of leprosy. That's why she jumped back, because she doesn't know of a cure. It's essentially a death sentence, but she already touched it, so it's too late. Sanitizing literally won't help if you touch a wet leper, like, that gets under your nails, that she already has scars, weak layers of skin, and she already is constitutionally weak, like super weak. Constitution is -2. She is a very, very small, frail thing.
Is this everyone? Yes.
Mm-hmm. And everyone in that quarter is suffering from dysentery.
Then we may proceed. Major Dario. You have been brought forward to this council to answer for the crimes you have committed. You shall be judged and given out a sentence in regards to everything to be reviewed. At this time, I will allow you a moment to speak on your behalf.
If the council would please start to read out the charges.
I've got the charges here. Major Dario, you are charged with assault on a Gradian citizen, attempted murder on a Gradian citizen, murder of Gradian citizens, or civilians, the abuse of inquisitorial authority in the absence of an inquisitor or one of semblance of rank, the breaking of hierarchy and structure within the Imperial Liaison's office, and that of the Militarum. You are charged with illegal action of warfare, and of course, being as what you have done is against that of our orders here, treason.
Death.
You would continue, Baron Amem. I have nothing to say to the council.
Wow.
I see. Then please take your seat then at this time. At this time, would the first witness please approach the council and address?
Dario is guilty of all the charges that have been brought up against him. But in truth, he is not the only one here that has killed Guardian citizens. The Inquisitor Fisk, as well, has committed these actions and should be tried as such. When it comes to Dario, as he's always been boasted as the Butcher, and he has said to Faye herself that when he comes to the Grove, he will be not coming to the Grove as Dario, but as the Butcher. I was also present during this assault against the people.
What were Dario's actions and the Inquisitor's actions during this assault?
Dario was to prevent anybody from getting in the Inquisitor's way. As the Inquisitor's own words to Faye, he is her
In the way of
primary
what?
target. Anybody that was defending Faye at the time.
Your claim is the Inquisitor's target was right there, and he was to assist him in this matter. That is what you're telling me?
That's correct.
I see. Inquisitor, might I ask for any input on these claims? Otherwise, I'll have you up there.
If I may,
course.
my Baron, before you call him forward. I don't have a particular horse in this race, but you mentioned he's a murderer of Gradian citizens. What citizens?
The wood elves that lived with Faye.
An excellent point.
They're citizens?
They are not citizens. In fact, they are refugees from Belshoi. If the Baron would like me to answer his questions, I will happily get up and do so.
Lies don't get you far.
As the barony and the council is very well aware, the purpose of my presence is to deal with the unnatural, the profane, the strange, and the magical. There have been many reports that the Baron is aware of strange going-ons here within this very province. A great deal of it has been intricated and dug up by the very people that rub shoulders with, or involved with, or ally themselves with Faye Varfera. A great deal of the strange unrest when it comes to the malignant and the strange energies and powers that be is because the names put forward are those that have decided to meddle with it, such as the case of This Mammalorian, I believe, was finally brought to your desk by the Lord Marshal well after the discovery, probing, and prodding of it of those involved. This doesn't stop there, however. With the recovery and bringing back magical artifacts from this Mammalorian, one currently within the possession of Fae Varfera now, a staff that she claims to be touched by a goddess Etla, if you believe such a thing, is what she uses to wield her unnatural power now. I'm sure many of you saw the shooting of strange lights and great sounds, a literal act of God, off in the Sabine not 2 weeks ago. The cause of it was Fae Varfera, once again meddling with things she does not understand. Now, my profession, amidst everything else that you've heard, and I can assure you, even as dark as it is true, is to hunt such things down and such people and destroy them. Now, this has not been a secret since my arrival, from the revealing of Shroomlung, which he also had prior knowledge of, that only became viable to the Council once someone spilled the beans. It only further indebted me to the necessity of looking into these people. Now, over the course of time, more and more things cropped up, but the biggest issue that you all know the Prince of Ireland is here about, but has decided to stay neutral upon, is the inaction of the Green Death. That woman had a direct hand in the Green Death. She herself was a part of it on orders of the Crown of Ireland, in order to put a pause, not even an end, but a pause to the war with the Great Imperium. This is the only reason why the conflict has stopped and war has not, because no one can maneuver around the literal field of death and killed tens of thousands. Now, this woman has a track record of involving herself in the profane and the dangerous, and more than once strange occurrences that I have been called to by some of the citizen folk in the town, which if this tribunal decides to go on further, I will be happy to not only bring witnesses, but extradite some of them from other nations to bring forth the clarity and truth that this woman is a threat and a risk uncontrolled. Now, there are a few lines in between that aren't being addressed. Major Dario had very, very simple instructions. While I was present, he was acting with inquisitorial authority. He was the highest ranking member of the Militarum, and it was his job to carry out my will if I was incapacitated or killed. Now, what the Major failed to inform me of is that he has an old friend of his that has attached himself to this grove, the former Captain Horst, a Aralandi refugee and traitor. One that the Crown Prince is looking for right now, but that's not my concern. This man is so much of an enemy of the Major Dario that without my approval and without my order, he launched an attack on the grove seeking to get revenge against the man there. What I had brought with me was a contingent of men to create a corral around the entirety of the grove after the strange happenings and the retreat of the Aralandi crown. I had meant to bring this to tribunal.
Straight up
it was clear
lie?
to me that this would not be the case. After formulating this blockade, I had a dryad that I had captured in one of my prior hunts. She was utilized to bring down the barrier of the grove, so the woman would not be able to hide any further. Now, all these steps up to this point have been taken to avoid unnecessary
Was that just a
bloodshed.
straight up lie?
You all know
It
the
was.
capabilities of an Inquisitor, the Legionnaires.
He told
Servants of
Dario,
Ash, I
keep
need not
Horst in
embellish
check because
them.
he's
You
the
have
other
seen them in
expert.
If I
Dario had
truly
no
wanted
problem
to,
with that.
At any point
He was
in time,
completely aware.
under the cover of night, or whatever it may be, I could have punched a hole
What?
right through that grove, killed
There's
everyone
no
in there
way.
that I needed to.
Is that the first time he's
extradited that
ever
woman
just
and be
straight
gone
up?
before anyone could scream justice? But this is not what was done.
Isn't that...
For months, I spent time talking to people like this man. Talking to other members of the Grove, both now deceased
This is
and alive.
sly. This is
Speaking to her
very
herself,
sly.
telling her to turn herself in, because whether or not she's a Gradian citizen, my good Baron, she is wanted by the Imperium, and she was wanted by the Erlandi Crown until some sort of deal was struck with your Lord Marshal behind closed doors. I doubt even you know what that was about. But that was the whole reason why the Crown no longer got involved. He came here himself, the Prince, because it was that serious of an issue. But a deal was struck outside of my purview that has secured her freedom from the Aralandis. But I must pursue my orders. When I reported the presence of Favar Farah to my superiors, it was made very clear that she must be arrested or destroyed or extradited by any means necessary before she can cause another similar misfunction and either destroy the province or create another miasmic event that might cause more destruction
No, she won't
than
point
we
it
could
out.
imagine.
It's
Ireland
technically
should have
not
been an example of
lying.
that,
He's
but
telling the
unfortunately many of
truth,
those
but
around
leaving
her
out
are
information. What do you
brainwashed,
call that again?
or they feel the
Lying
necessity
by
to give their lives for her
obstinate. I
protection.
can't remember the phrasing.
If you bring
Omission.
up the green death to them,
It's
their response
omission.
will be yes, but trying to justify with other
I don't know. Like,
decent actions
it is the
she has
correct
taken.
story.
Which she has. Do not get me wrong.
But it's lying by
after
omission.
much
You're
lies
choosing to leave
and
things out.
scrupulous issues, she did give the cure of Shroomlung to the Imperium so it could be passed
Yeah.
around our men. Because if you did not know,
I don't know
close to an outbreak.
if that was technically a lie,
you were
but
close to an outbreak of Shroomlung.
he
within
knew
this
what Dario was
territory,
intending to do.
because information was being withheld by that woman.
It's why
Under the
Dario
guidance
went
and
to help him.
guise that my
Because Blaze was
surgeons,
furious
because
because
of
the
their
crown,
closeness to
Arlandi
the
Crown
Inquisition,
wouldn't
could not
use
be
him. That's why he
trusted.
used 40 other men. Right?
Their sole purpose, their sole desire of this entire time has been to try and combat this sickness, because we now know what it can do. In fact, if we would like again, the
Blaze
tribunal to
doesn't
continue,
lie.
there is a living subject that I would be able to show you the dangers of these creatures. The surgeon Soma Kaido, who's found himself on the table within the Imperium. I myself have operated upon him. I would call him life but not. These things can mimic us, you see, in every way, shape, or form.
He's burning
They are a
everything.
true threat.
That's what this
I would be
is.
happy to demonstrate to the entirety of this council, but we're getting off subject. The point is, this woman has held many things close to her chest that has put the entirety
Lottie
of this
would get
province and
no
the people
further
within it
involvement.
at danger. Time and again, she's proven
This
she
is
cannot
out of
be
her hands.
trusted because she believes she knows the best way to handle things that will kill all of you. Now, don't get me wrong. Yes, I have prior history with this woman. Her dryad at one point was my lover. This is true. I am an Aralandi. I am not an Imperial. So, lo and behold, when I found out there was a job to bring to justice someone that I truly hated, I was eager to take the job. Let that not be a stain. But it is not why I'm here and why I pursue it. The people that are dead refuse to allow her to be arrested. Refuse to allow her to be killed. Refuse to allow her to pay for her crimes in front of any court. Make no mistake, even if the attack was initiated by myself and I had Aralandi royal guards at my side and the crown, they would have all spilt blood regardless, because they acknowledge no right but their own. The will of a goddess that whispers to them and only them. Madness. So yes, when the order was given to attack the grove, and there were wood elves and such that attempted to protect her, I drew arms with the major, the choice was made, and I attempted after my target. Those that would not stand aside after months of attempting to get them to were slain, without hesitation. Though this man found himself between me and his target, I did not kill him, out of pity, as that is his wife. There were a couple other members of the Grove, a woman by the name of Lisa, a woman by the name of Elle, but did not kill them either. They were no threat to me. At all. But when the time came, again, one of the rogue elements within your province, the instruments, the warforged named Strider.
Is he choosing to leave
I believe
Ladia
had been
out of
brought
it?
up by the Victor Van Gout Inquisitor before his departure.
Huh.
Was meant to be
What?
the ace and all. They are unaffected by magic, you see. I would not have to worry about my men being confounded or twisted. I would not have to worry about deploying servants of Ash and risk them getting away and roaming the countryside as they are now. When one machine could do the job. The problem was, this machine has their own thoughts. They weren't satisfied with just the combatants within the Grove. They wanted to kill every non-human within it. It is their programming. This is a rogue element, not of the Imperium. I'm not sure where it came from, but it does speak to humans. So if any of your guardsmen come across them, they might be able to strike a deal or something of the sort. But again, we're getting off topic. The entirety of the assault on that grove, which was ordered by Major Dario without my consent or my command, which was meant to be a holding cell until Faye responded to my demands. To avoid bloodshed, as we have seen up to this point, once swords were drawn, yes. I went in with the intent to kill Faye Varfera.
What?
Failing that,
There's
at least
information just
arrest
being
them so
straight
they
up
may
left
be
out.
brought to justice. However, things did not go according to plan. The Warforged Strider attacked non-combatants within the Grove, in which I attempted to intercede. What you see upon me, my body, isn't anything these people could do to me. It was the Warforged. Because I stepped between him and his targets, one of which being that woman over there. I was incapacitated, and for the next 3.5 days, I was held against my will, illegally, inside of the Grove as a prisoner, under the guise of being healed and taken care of. Thankfully, the Lady Heidemann and the Surgeon Ludwig came every day to ensure that I was being healed as appropriately as possible, though I was still left in their custody unlawfully. When the time came and 3 days had passed, I had gotten some information beforehand that the Major had acted once again of his own will, taken an
No one's died today.
inquisitorial asset, the Imperator, which is not of the Militarum,
No, it's not.
and trying to use
It's
it
not
as
his
a
undoing.
bargaining
He's
chip, threatening to open
specifically
fire on the Grove. 3
leaving
days time
people
passed and I was not
out of the
surrendered.
story. But why?
I need not tell everyone here why that would be an international issue.
I don't understand it. In
An
or out of
escalation
character.
of
He's
force by
literally
both
left out
sides
Lottie entirely
would be
until the
most
end.
Unwise.
As if she had no involvement.
Seeing that I was not going to be released until I was considered fully healed
Is that
by
what
my
he wants?
captors, I took initiative. I broke
Because
out
the
of my
council's
holding.
in the public
I
eye,
maimed
they
an
would
Erdhog
spread the
soldier on the way out who
information.
attempted to draw his weapon on me. Took one
And
of
then
the
that
Wood
information would
Elves
100%
hostage,
get back to the
so
Inquisition.
they could not overwhelm me.
By leaving Ladia
Got on a
out,
horse and departed for Cassetto.
there's
Where
no
the Wood Elf
stain.
Elle and I
There's
got
no
onto a
questions.
skiff and boarded the Imperator.
Is that it?
At which point, Major Dario was
Huh.
promptly arrested, shackled, and brought back to Nodus
Yeah.
proper. The Wood
I
Elf
think
Elle
that's
was
it.
released
He's
as soon as
he's
we arrived in
choosing to
town, with
leave
nothing having happened to
information
her.
out,
And the Major Dario
which
was
would get
transferred over
people
to
killed.
Nadia Heidemann's control. By my own command, she has been placed in control of the Militarum. If there are any further questions, I will be happy to stand and elucidate once more.
Thank you, Inquisitor, for your account. You presented
For the
plenty
record,
of information.
for all intents and purposes, the Major is to be punished. Regardless of what this council finds.
Sounds
If you
like the
have
blame
anything to
lands on Dario's shoulders.
To add to the Major's case, I would hear it now.
And the mages, I do not.
I don't know. I'm so confused.
The
I
only
really
thing I can
am.
say for certain is that the Major assisted the Inquisitor.
Sir, forgive me. You have not provided any of us your name. Are you saying you do not dispute the Inquisitor's testimony?
The only thing that I dispute on
This
it
is tough. It's a whole moral
is that
conundrum.
Dario was acting under his own orders. All of this
If that's the
planned
Inquisitor's intent, Ladia would understand why it is to be left out, because more information given to these people, who no doubt
ambushed
there is a spy in this
Faye,
council, will give it to
killed
someone
her widow,
else. It would
dragged their bodies away,
bring about a
saying that
death
they'd get
sentence
another
to anyone
day to
else that wasn't directly involved. By leaving people's names off the list, in a way, it's fucked up protection.
Inquisitor, are you able to enlighten on any of this statement?
Indeed. When I had brought forth the paperwork showing that the Aralandis were on their way to help hold her accountable, I made it very clear as she accosted me at the front gate of Nodus herself. She demanded to be understood, told me she wanted to fix the Green Death after 2 years of doing nothing, and demanded my assistance. When I brought forward to her this paperwork, I told her that if she surrenders herself now, it all comes to an end. But if she walks out the gate, she's a fugitive from the law. She departed town that evening.
I will also add that even without our whereabouts around him, one of the Wood Elves were also chased down by himself and his servants of Ash. We rode upon him at the ruined tower, where he had a Wood Elf cornered, not even in his way with Fae.
Very
He did
cool.
that as
This, though,
his words before
we know that's not true. This was initiated by the Inquisitor, so we know that's not true. I'm guessing Dario asked to take all the blame for
Was
this.
this before or after she was
In
declared?
protection of Blaze Fisk, I'm guessing. Told him, Blaze,
Before.
just let me take the fall for you. Because these two would die for each other. That much is guaranteed. They're very good friends.
So under what pretense was this hunt, Inquisitor?
Same as I've explained before. The only thing that changed was they swore up and down this was a personal vendetta. The law was already behind me. Now it was 2 crowns instead of 1. My hunt started long before that.
And once again, we do not have a name.
We have to keep in mind that not telling information is not lying unless you're under oath by the council. The council has not made any request
I go under the persona
for such a
of
thing.
Aaron the Mercenary. I
So
also
that's
go under
another
the
thing.
name of Harry that works under
The Inquisitor
bonds.
deciding to protect people and leave out pertinent information. I don't know, dude. It's such a gray area, but technically, by definition, if you Google it,
And volunteered myself.
not telling certain information is literally not lying. Now, lying by omission, leaving out details, that's lying. But it's still very, very
Just
gray
a quick
here.
question, if I may.
I don't know,
Dr.
dude.
Baron.
It's difficult. As a philosopher, this is fucked.
As you wish.
What nation is your home nation, Mr. Daniel?
Well, the definition of Google, like I go by what Google is because what Google says and what the definition says the definition is. It is fact. Because it is
And what would
fact,
the
it doesn't matter what
Aromandi's
I
classify
perceive it
you
as.
at this time?
Because by the evidence, lying is obstinance of information acted upon and...
No further questions?
Yeah. Lying by omission is still lying, but this is just straight up not telling information. And we have to keep this at the forefront of our minds. Someone in here will eventually spill the beans and gossip.
Of somebody that was using civilians.
It's got to be a protection thing. I can't see it any other way. I'm very confused of it all. I don't know.
Willingly killing off their own.
It's very difficult. It's got my head spinning.
Cared not for the people or his own men.
I just don't know.
So I killed him. And left. Because at the time, Ireland was too split. And it had no justice. Considering the man behind me butchered an entire poor quarter. And was first sent off to a penal battalion and then promoted to a knight captain. My real name is Daniel Abias. He is also somebody
I don't know.
with.
I really don't know. It's very, very gray. But technically the Inquisitor is not under oath to tell the truth. And that's like a very, very key thing here. This is just acting in one's good faith. In good faith, I put my trust this person is telling the truth. But the Inquisitor doesn't owe anything to this province. The province owes him. It's very, 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 very hard. It's toting a very gray line. You know? It's good thinking material, right?
No, I don't. I bear.
It's very, very good thinking material.
Please take your seat. Will the next witness please come and approach the council and address?
Faye Farfarin, apothecary of Nautis, and citizen.
I hope she's smart.
So where would you like me to begin?
Let us speak on behalf of the Inquisitor's account. For everything that he is saying,
This is true. You are correct.
a lie.
No, it does. About the attack on the Grove was...
He hasn't made a
there
false
seems like to me
statement.
as
The
a
only real
fugitive
false
between
statement is
more
saying
or less
Dario
I thought it was
acted. I
just
mean, Dario
Ireland
did have a
very-
blood
I mean,
vendetta against Horse, make no
pyramids
mistake.
are
So
there
even
to
that's
do
not a
and
lie. We have to.
brought
It's so
in
fucked.
Ireland along with
I
it
can't even
because
use
it had a
that.
new king
It can't be used as an argument.
versus the old king Gavis went missing. Otherwise, Ireland would never have considered me a fugitive in the first place. Because the king asked for our aid as peasants to help with the war against the Empire. But everything that the Inquisitor said about how the fight against the Grove started and began is true. Dario led a regiment, one of the other aspirants led a regiment, and one of the other ship captains coming off the Inquisitorial ship led a regiment.
Shay, do you believe that Major Dario was the person who ordered this initial attack, or do you believe
No.
the Inquisitor was the person?
Inquisitor
behind
Fisk.
this?
The only reason why I say
Why do you
it
believe that?
because from what I've learned over the past couple months is the Inquisition is the highest ranking of anything of the Empire, next to the King, or Emperor. If they go into a situation, their word is law. above anything else.
But the Inquisitor himself said that Dario acted without his authority.
Probably with the taking of the ship, but definitely not the attack on the Grove.
Major Dario, who initiated the attack on the Grove?
Getting Dario to lie.
Major Dario, at any point in time, did I give you an order to attack the Grove?
No, Inquisitor. I acted on
What
my
was
own
your
volition.
goal of attacking the Grove?
Actually, this is true.
Captain Horst.
This is still true. Fuck.
Say that's a lie.
It's still true.
Do you have proof?
No, it'd just be my word against his.
Oh, this is so sly.
He is admitting guilt himself. I feel like that is worthy enough in itself.
Dario is taking the fall for his friend, dude. Oh.
She could be quick to blame the Inquisitor for all of her woes simply because of his duties.
We can look at the previous history then. The months leading up to this attack, he made it clear that he was her target. He has done the time where he has ambushed her.
This is correct. He's not wrong.
Streets
Dario acted on his own to assist in the Grove.
And I'm not mincing words
Remember,
here.
Blaze said, I don't need your help there, I don't want your help.
He's made it clear that he does not.
But these men needed to be commanded. He needed to lead a platoon. Korsh was called up because there wasn't enough officers. It's so gray, but it is technically not a false statement and therefore not a lie. Dario is just willingly choosing to fall on his blade for Blaze.
So if we're going to take his word,
It's very poetic.
Also, I'd like to add something.
There you go.
He knew about Captain
There
Horst
you
long
go.
before when we had a funeral, and Captain Horst showed up for one of
By
his,
order of the Inquisition. This is true enough, but he went against orders. Keep in mind, he went rogue, so that would just be taken as going rogue initially by the council. Spin it however you want. That is the excuse that we ended at the end of the day, and then the argument's over. It just stops. I wish my wife watched sections
For the
like
same
these.
reason that you never showed your face when I told you to turn yourself in. He's a coward. He's a traitor on the run from his kingdom. Many times in the months up to come, I'm glad that the young lord brings this up, I gave you choice time and again to give yourself up. I explained to you what the consequences would be, that anyone who tried to keep you from justice was complicit. And if I had to, I would go through them to get to you. But it took months for this to happen because I didn't go through them at first, did I? No, I tried talking to them, talking to you, and time and again. For whatever reason, these people said you are all they have. A very symbiotic relationship. No matter other people in their life or other things they had going for them, you are all they have. So they were willing to die for you. But this didn't just happen overnight, Favor Farah. This happened over the course of several months. You were informed of the intent and what was to take place. You were told what your ultimatums were, because you were wanted by well, not a crown, an emperor. Then you were wanted by 2 crowns. Then, of course, as
Well,
I
keep
said,
in mind they
and I hope
don't,
the Baron
because
will look into
at the moment,
some sort of sly
it comes down
dealings
to
with the local
my
Lord
word
Marshal
against
and dwarves
yours.
made the Aralandi prince
Kyler
back
wasn't
off.
there, so we
Because
can't just
I have
speak
the
for
missives
Faye.
to prove it. He wanted very much to hold her accountable for her
It's
actions.
2 on 2.
Until he
Who will
talked to
tip the
me
tables? Will Ladia
Until he talked to
side?
the Lord Marshal.
Ladia gave an oath to Kyler of no further involvement. So no, Ladia will pick neither side. She is here to observe. So I'm stuck right now, because I cannot testify. I swore no further involvement. It was my oath.
And then when he spoke to me himself,
I
his
fucked myself.
mentor,
I literally royally fucked
the
myself.
conversations he had, the line of Adwig.
That is so crazy. I literally fucked myself
reflected on his
because I
own
cannot pick a
investigation.
side.
So he deemed the not the threat that
And what's worse is, Lottie agrees with Blaze.
Ireland someday.
It's what she
Do away
said
with
coming
the
to the
Green Death.
Grove. She agrees.
which was ordered by
Faye having a hand in killing tens of
king.
thousands of people, she deserves to die. She doesn't disagree.
It was never described to me that
Now
that
Faye
type
has
of
saved her
devastation
life,
was
and
going
that is
to happen.
why, partially why
described to me
Ladia showed up that day,
really differently.
is because
But war is war,
he,
unfortunately.
she saved her life.
Unfortunately, you have
But
used
also
the
there were innocents
archways on
there.
which these areas
So
were
have you.
connected, and you knew that they were under civilian population centers.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, so you still were aware that some of them were under civilian population centers.
Am
While
I
this
supposed
is
to tie
not
down the king?
a tribe, you are. If it is immoral and wrong, and the outcome is the death of tens of thousands, yes, you should have died.
Then tens of thousands of non-humans would have died in Ireland too, like you did to the Three Kingdoms. They were butchered.
This is not a tribunal for the Green Death.
Ah,
but when
okay,
your
deflect.
responses to your own crimes are yes, but you are guilty.
Ooh.
My parent.
It's true. Ireland would have...
Inquisitor has
The Empire would have burned all the non-humans, and then hundreds of thousands would have
the
died.
one threatening her.
Right?
He was the one talking to people, trying to get them to stop being in the way. He was the one leading
Correct.
his service
Correct.
of Ash to attack them.
This is
on the roads
correct.
to and from their home.
So I'm not being complicit and also lying, holding information. I cannot give the information because I made an oath. Because I swore no further involvement. And if Kyler says, "Oh no, I forgo that," then what is the point of making an oath if you break it the very next day?
My Baron,
Mm-mm.
may I ask a question to the Inquisitor?
Nadia is here to guide.
Inquisitor, when you were captive, you said there were Earhart men guarding them.
Indeed, 6 at all times.
Were they there the whole time during that time?
Indeed.
Yeah, I
In
can't
fact,
just
I'm glad you
break
brought that
the
up.
oath.
There were Earhart men within the grove itself, trying to secure and protect Favar Ferra. They were there during the assault. I would know, I killed several of them.
You killed them.
Indeed. They stood between me and them. The question you should be asking is why they were there. I'm curious, Captain, have you been notified at all, or anyone in your chain of command, of any of this by any of the so-called injured parties?
Politics, dude.
I have not, no.
Have the Earharts at all whatsoever informed you of what they claim is some sort of illegal action?
They have not.
Has Faye Varfera informed the guards
Oh,
or
this
yourself
is true.
about any of this?
Oh, this is true.
She has not.
Curious secret to keep, my lords.
Oh, sowing deceit. It's technically not deceit, it's just the truth.
So what you're saying here, Lord, is you have rogue men among your retinue.
Oh
No,
no!
they're dead.
They're dead now. You still might have more.
Oh no.
6 months is not really a hard thing. I would assume any rogue
I mean,
operatives would have gone
he's
to the grove.
saying it how it is. The
I'm sorry, are you
Earharts trusted
stating
Faye that she had it
that
under
the
control.
Earhart men in there were acting of their own accord?
Yes.
Very interesting. As the Templar, Tiberius Halstead was there and said many times that he was on orders of your father.
That's
Along with
different timings.
Sir Doyle.
No.
This is not different timings.
Forgive me to clarify. The men that were there during the attack were not ordered to be there. The men that were guarding him were there on the Baron's orders. We were to arrest you, which was given to us through a signed arrest warrant by the Baron.
And which you did
And
not. You left me in the
when
grove.
We were informed that through a medical opinion that you were unable to be moved lest you die, we decided to keep you there until you were well enough to be moved.
We're cycling away from a very important point here that the actual military presence, the actual lawful force of this province was never informed about any of this, which speaks very plainly that House Erdhart and those involved have been operating in a clandestine manner along with the Grove. It's there for you to purvey.
To answer your
If I
question, Lord
may.
Sylvain, yes, he was.
I am curious on the matter of why, if you believe that everything that that man was doing was illegal or out of turn, that none of the military or higher ranks, lords, whatever it may be, were informed, minus the Lord Marshal. I've only figured out this yesterday? The day before? Which is concerning because if illegal things are happening in the province, I feel like the first people that should be informed is the law, but if we weren't, there's no connection with that. It's a big jumble. So I would like from your words why the guard was never informed about these illegal actions.
Well, I thought I've always kept it informed to the Lord Marshal, since it was during military times. He was head above everything.
Once again, the
But
air hordes get
also,
fucked
I'd
over.
like to put on
Once
record
again.
that even the
Does
Baroness
Brunswick do
came
this
and
to himself?
visited me one time. So she
I'm pretty sure.
sold everything for
This is
herself
intentional,
and didn't
right?
deem it, I guess, as such.
I
as a
love
threat.
just listening to this.
The Baroness has been alone in your grove.
Yes, once. She wanted to see what it was about and everything, so I gave her a tour of everything. And she was quite pleased to see it.
My Baron, were you ever informed of this? One of the biggest warrings within the Imperium is the subversion of a dryad in the grove. The necessitation that they create to protect and to convey a need to procure safety for such a thing to exist. You'll see many accusations in inquisitorial handbooks that they have a way of being symbiotic with those that they're able to convince that their existence is a necessity. Now, I'm not saying this is the case, but I am saying that apparently the Baroness went to the grove by herself. Did she have guards?
She admittedly said she knows those woods better than anyone because of Jodar. So she was unafraid.
No guards to the grove on her own. And her son does not even know.
This is very concerning.
I.
No guards, no purpose, no knowledge.
The
of any
Baroness
sort.
aware of the crimes that you've committed according to the Inquisitor?
No, she didn't know what I did back in Ireland.
I see.
But she gave me all the information I needed to know that I was heading the right path of redemption. That's all I needed from her. Same with the current Prince of Ireland.
Inquisitor,
Yes.
I am curious, since we're on the subject of notifying the guard. She is a Gradian citizen.
Indeed.
And from my understanding, you've been hunting her for some time.
Indeed I have.
When was the guard notified of your conquest for a Gradian citizen?
The barony was notified.
When?
Our first arrival.
For her specifically.
Indeed, or at least for what controlled them. You see, at the time, if you would like me to answer the question, I can.
When did you notify them of her?
At the very beginning. There needs to be maidens to be controlled by a dryad. Now, the true quarry was a dryad by the name of Eondel. But the maidens act as batteries. They're just as bad. They're able to siphon wild magic and create catastrophes like you saw in Ireland. She is one of two maidens in the grove, herself and one by the name of El. My initial blame laid with the dryad. But the dryad was gone long ago. And everything that has happened up to this point has been siphoned, created, and perpetuated by herself and that artifact. She replaced the Dryad as a threat.
You are still circumventing my question.
I am not. I informed the barony that all three were a target. An investigation was being led into all of them.
My Baron, is this true?
But if you already knew, Baron, why didn't y'all arrest me then, right then and there, if you had that evidence?
Because I told them I didn't have evidence.
Oh!
Then once again I ask, when did you inform the barony that your hunt began? That
You're trying to separate something. The hunt started as soon as I arrived. That is my purpose. I destroy and kill monsters. And sometimes monsters can be people, as you very well know. The barony was made very clear that there is a possible massive threat within this province that was a progenitor to the Green Death. This was brought up when the brother Kovaz as well was still here. Both of the barons were made aware that there was a probable threat within their forest, and I was here to investigate. It was made very clear that when my findings were made, I was to do everything within my power to protect the province.
And since that point, your target became a Grodian citizen. At what point did you intend to notify the council or anyone beyond?
I don't answer to the council, I answer to the baron. Barons at the time.
And the guard?
The guard were not involved, it was above them. I'm sorry, what exactly would you tell your rank-and-file soldiers about the literal acts of God that have happened inside of your Sabine, where this woman can raise armies of tree men that can stand as tall as your walls and walk and saunter and turn men to piles of meat? What would you have told the average soldier? You think I'm supposed to what? Tell them this? No, I report to the Baron.
My point is of your hunt, nothing more.
I understand what you're trying to frame it as. You're trying to say that I went hunting without telling them that I've confirmed that it is a Grodian citizen. The hunt began before she seeked out that protection, because that's what it was.
Either way, that
Null and void.
is not null and void. My Baron, that would circumvent the whole point of citizenship.
Except the
Remember,
woman...
her citizenship is null and void because he came to you first.
It's not null and void because I came to her first. It's null and void because of what she has admitted she's guilty of. I'm sorry, do you usually harbor criminals? I mean, the Grove is full of them. What, you have 2 deserters? 2 Aralandi deserters. One an officer, one a soldier. It speaks volumes for the kind of people it attracts. But that's a different conversation. The woman has killed tens of thousands. That's why.
It does not matter what the woman has done, Inquisitor. The point is, there is law here, and you circumvented our law.
It absolutely matters what she's done. It's the reason he's here.
Do you think she would have been made... Do you think she would have been made a citizen if by her own admission they were not aware of what she had done? Absolutely not. Which makes her citizenship null and void.
You have no right to state on her citizenship. Our Baron speaks on her citizenship.
I agree. Let the Baron speak.
My Baron.
The Baron had his
The
mother
hunt began.
cured by
She
her.
became a citizen. No course was altered. Does not care that she is a citizen.
My lord, I don't think the purpose is wise of protecting a fugitive. Why, since your rogue men were involved with. unfortunately. Wise.
Oh, we can look past the rogue Erdhartman. By her own admission, she's a fugitive.
His crime.
By her own admission. But that affects status wherever you go to, does it not?
Current king changed.
We route back to the same. It is our Baron who determines her status, not you.
And again, let him speak.
Fact is, the Baron owes Faye because of his mother. His mother would not be running around.
Inquisitor himself, presence of myself, my brother, were made very clear of this potential threat. It was not till much later down the line that my mother had stated you as a Gradian citizen.
No,
it was
this
then
is not the
shortly
case.
at Biscuit around the exact same time that I suppose the claims to your crimes were made also clear.
Mm.
If I were
In a
to
way,
act
he's protecting people
regard, yes,
who
I
it
would be
matters.
almost
And Dario is
aiding
really
the
trying to go gung-ho, which is why he isn't saying anything, so that the story stays straight and concrete. He is guilty,
It would be different.
and he wants to be guilty.
I guess it would be different, though, if the current king, Gavis, was still on the throne, not the other king.
Especially that crown had changed.
Unfortunately, the crowns, my Baron, did not change over the Imperium, and they would still wish to hold her accountable for tens of thousands of deaths. It was not just Sterilandis. While there was an army present, there was also support staff,
Legion.
medics, non-combat staff, supply trains.
It would have happened regardless, Inquisitor, because war is war.
Excuses.
Yet they create monsters like you.
So just so I understand, for my own sanity here, Faye, war is your justification.
Because the reason why the whole thing happened was because if we did nothing, they were going to do it anyways, and it would have been far worse, probably 3 times worse. That's how desperate they were to protect their country, their hundreds of thousands of citizens.
So, you think, and just so I make sure I understand this, you wanted to slaughter all of these people, but you
I
didn't.
didn't want to.
Intent.
I didn't want to do that.
Intent
But you
matters.
did
It
it!
was
Yes,
the way it
she
was
did.
explained to me was just like firing a cannon.
That's why it's manslaughter, not murder. We have to remember this.
That's the thing about firing a cannon, Faye.
That's what I'm saying. War
They
is
don't
war. You
always
never know
hit
what's going to
just
happen.
what you're aiming at. So, this slaughter of the Imperials, you answered with your own in return, and you killed not just Imperials, but your own people.
I have my suspicions, though I cannot say this fact. I put it out in the open for those to formulate their own opinions. Everything to the east of Ireland was mostly cities and forts and keeps. But there was something very interesting that was just on the western side of Ireland in the Cagovia Forest, and it's a very old grove. A very old grove deep within that forest that was spared destruction. My personal belief is that they were spurred on, her and her dryad, to do this to protect a grove, choosing them over tens of thousands, but they swear this is not the case. Though, the behaviors are what I'm curious about. Justifications.
Blaze is curious. This is interesting.
Faye, did you feel you had a choice in this?
No.
You were doing so from orders.
Even if I were not to do it, we'd be dead and they would do it anyways. They had the capabilities to fire that artifact and destroy.
You yourself have
hundreds of
said
thousands.
that you do not know that's true. You yourself said to me in my cell, you don't know if that's true.
He had the capability to turn servants of ash into ash in an
I'm not
instant.
talking about that. She's talking about the Lord Advisor,
Advisor.
Fulgrith.
He was the one who Yeah, when we went down below the kingdom of Adwick, there was an archway there where one of their arch-lectors came through. That's how they used them. They used their legions to conquer other nations.
War is war, as you've said.
Yes.
My Baron.
We're getting nowhere where it's about Dario and him. I still retain my
Yes, we're going
statement.
to address that here in a moment, please.
My point, my
Lady
Baron.
Nobles.
This is not her on trial currently. If we wish to have a
Certainly
trial for
it is
her
not.
actions, that is in later time. This is a trial over the two of them. And if he had involvement, and it seems he doth protest too much. His argument
We have
is
got more
constantly why he should have been attacking. So clearly, he is and was attacking.
Definitely shows motive.
You would not be arguing so much if it were not the case.
Unfortunately, as much as that sounds dreadfully helpful, Nolzus, the woman's actions is why I'm deployed here, is why I had to divulge to the barony what was in his province, and why we have led to where we are. Her actions is what has brought this here to culmination.
This just goes back to the point. He, day one, showed up, told the barons and the baroness, if she was lucid at the time, I can't recall, what he intended to do, the people he intended to do it to, and then when it happened, he said it wasn't him.
That's not what's happened, and you're twisting things. What I have said up to this point, I have admitted to those that I have killed that got in my way of the target that is a threat to this province, as was the job given to me by the barony. When the time came to form a blockade, to try and squeeze Faye out of her defenses, to finally give herself up, my major took an action of his own accord that he himself has admitted to. That I can bring witnesses of both the 41st and the Castigars, both the staff sergeant and
It
the
becomes a
lieutenant, if
multiple
necessary,
witness
who
testimony.
he gave the
Let
orders
us
to.
Move to that in a moment. But first, again, address. Say your piece.
The thing I would want to bring up is that she was ordered to do it under the Erlandi crown. And yet she is the one that has to be punished for it. Then why not everybody that Dario ordered to assault this grove should also be held accountable for their actions as well, including the Inquisitor's aspirant, who used the green gas that he used against the robber baron's men, which from what I was hearing of is weaponized by Inquisitor Victor.
I can add to this. I was going to bring this up, but yes, the aspirant was also at the Grove at the time, which, from my understandings, forgive me if I got this wrong, but the Inquisition supersedes the Imperium, the Militarum, sorry. So to have Dario order him to be there is strange, unless it's another rogue asset of his. But I digress. During the assault on the Grove, they deployed a weapon that they synthesized from this shroom lung that they were supposed to be help fighting. What I'm handing you now, my Baron, is a detailed medical report on the effects of this gas that they use. You will see the terms indiscriminate on there. You will
This
also
is
see the terms
this is
heinous,
coming down
and
to
once affected,
they hurt me more with
from what we
tools
understand, no
that
reason to
hurt
stop
more people than I hurt people.
It is indiscriminate, and it was used.
Now, when it comes to Faye,
against
it's inconsequential completely. She's killed tens of thousands.
anyone in there. There was no surgicalness to it. There was no trying to.
Ulrich has killed no one.
Forced out.
He has operated on
This
people and they
is
have died under
such a
his care.
farce. Months and months were spent to
He's
get
killed
Faye to
orcs,
give
that's
herself
it.
up. Every single thing that was available at that point in time was utilized to attempt to either destroy or apprehend a monster that is capable of killing tens of thousands on a whim. Mind you, They tell you about how many men were taken, how many things were utilized, and yet we failed. Do you know why that is, Baron? My undoing was Strider, but the hundreds of men that the Major ordered within to that barrier were killed by an army of trees, walking trees, creatures that this lightly woman is able to bring out of nowhere, that will rip men from limb to limb. I don't make servants of Ash. And I'm not an Imperial. Everything that you are saying does not apply to me. I use the tools put in front of me. You are that tool that you have proven can be misused by anyone. And it has happened once and it can happen again. The sheer power that you have overwhelmed 2 regiments,
That's where you're wrong.
specialists, and actual monsters. You are a threat beyond imagining and reckoning. So yes, the tools utilized by another Inquisitor's aspirant were utilized.
I'd like to make a question in regards to your aspirant. That was
Not my aspirant.
Your aspirant, but to whom does he order answer to?
Victor Van Gout.
This is also
my
fucking
superior
true.
as well. Say again?
Why was he present? Was he given orders from Victor Van Gout to be there at your blockade?
He had my orders to maintain the blockade with everyone else. We have no officers because, my Baron, they died in your defense.
Ooh!
The only staff that had any sort of capability to have leadership was myself, Laudia Heidemann, Gunnery Sergeant Korsch, who is currently militarum but employed by the Inquisition, Major Dario, and the aspirant. Those are the only people that can hold any sort of official officer's status and keep the men in line. All of the others died fighting the Orc threat to the robber baron, my lord.
And as again for this aspirant, when the assault began, was it by his order?
I will say again, as I explained before, the Major took his own initiative to engage the Grove. He did not care about the outcome. He did not care about Faye. He did not care about the entirety of the mission. He was selfish in its entirety, something he admitted to me. Once that happened,
technically true.
What was done is done. And we went all in. Myself and my subordinates. The die was cast, not by myself, but I certainly joined it as a chance to prevent what has happened in the past from happening again. Now we can use all the explanations that we want to try and make the action look like it's some sort of evil operation, but the fact remains that as I brought in front of this tribunal, she has withheld information that could destroy the province, that the Imperium once again had to squeeze out of her, which was Shroomlung. She has withheld information about having an artifact that, by the way, the reason, I'm sure you haven't even been told this, that your province is being constantly harassed by high elves is because of her presence, is because of the artifact she has that was stolen from an elven city underground, Nithmamalorian, the one that's the Lord Marshal made a deal with the outside force on your behalf. Who are they again? The Institute, who now reside there. That is a point of contention with the High Elves. The reason why they're making illegal actions is her. And her theft of this magical item that she swears up and down is part of a goddess. So either it is madness, my lords and ladies, or it truly is what she says it is, and it is something that must be contained. Now, the foolish argument that was brought forth before as well was, well, then we should just punish everyone down the line. See, here's the thing. If your morals and convictions made you want to prevent the Green Death, as you knew, as you told to me. You weren't completely in the dark as well what was to happen. That is a lie. That is a lie. Even if I was to silently accept that you did not know the magnitude, you were aware there would be casualties. The shorthand version of what I'm trying to say is this. All of the evidence that is on the table shows that she has been used in the past. That she has an item of great power that another nation is trying to invade your province in secret to grab. She does not know how to handle it herself. She's a risk to herself and others. And what has happened in the past can happen again. She is wanted by the Imperial Emperor, and she was wanted by the Aralandi Crown, enough for the king to send his son, the prince, here directly to this province. But thanks once again to dealings with the marshal that, forgive me, Baron, you apparently don't know about, the Aralandi Crown has backed off. There's been a lot of involvement from the Erdharts that it seems that neither the Guard nor the Barony is aware of. And the presence of their own men in the Grove shows where their alliances lie. That's your Lord Marshal.
This blockading action, was that brought to the Baron's attention?
Am I to bring every single action I take to the Baron?
This seemed like a final move to finally achieve what you needed to achieve, I figured.
Then the Baroness doesn't have to excuse herself?
My lord, you
For
would
what you
not be
did?
satisfied with anything that I did. You have a personal bias considering your house and your father. No matter what I did, you would take issue with it. What I did was as slow as can be. This was led up to, where the woman was told time and again to give herself up. She refused. Before and after being declared a fugitive by 2 crowns, still she refused. And never once did she inform the military here of any sort of wrongdoing, because there was no wrongdoing. She knew that she was a fugitive. She knew she was wanted, and she knew she would be pursued to the ends of the earth to answer for her crimes. You can say all the colorful words you want, and try to make it look as dark as you wish. But at the end of the day, that woman stands on more corpses than anyone here can find, and by accident, she could do it again. Or coercion, as she has proven. My job is to remove that kind of threat from the table. But once again, that wasn't even the point. I'm not here to try favor her, and I'm not here to try the fact that she kept one of the highest ranking members of an imperial doctrine illegally hostage within her grove for 3 days without informing anyone of the powers that be. I'm here to hold my major accountable for what he did outside of my control and did behind my back. Because what he cost me was my quarry. Say again, my Baron.
You said you had 2 witnesses to continue this, or basically speak out against the Major.
Indeed. Would you like me to bring them up?
Please, this time.
The Staff Sergeant to the right. Go ahead and take the stand. Lieutenant Hopman of the 41st had to excuse himself.
Staff Sergeant Graf von Brandt, Imperial Champion of the Castigars.
Actions against the Barony.
I was there in the blockade of the Grove, and Major Dorio decided, once everything was in place, to take action immediately against the wishes of the Inquisitor. He led the assault, and once he saw Captain Horst, he went straight for him. Time and time again, until he was repelled.
Who repelled that, I wonder?
Unfit to command the Imperial unit here, given his absurd amount of drunkenness. Talking to himself.
It's literally true. It's literally true.
Following a day later, or 2 days now,
oh my god.
He had learned that the Inquisitor was potentially alive. He decided to, in a emotional rage, take the Imperator, acting on his own accord and falsifying orders, and preparing a bombardment of the Grove, not caring for anything in its path, even potentially damaging the small town of Casero, as the Imperator was docked not that far off from it. It is clear that he is unfit to command, and he should be justly judged and executed for all his crimes.
Judged and executed. Yes, in that order. Yes, sir.
Second, if you would.
The officer of the 42nd had to excuse himself, as there are very few officers present. So, I do not have him at the moment. But I can bring a different testimony. I just have a few questions to ask Bloody Heidemann.
There is, another outside. I believe they call him Strong.
Listen. No, bring him in. But before I do have one question for you. I wish for you to answer truthfully. In the attempt to assist the Major with his behavior and the way that he conducts himself, did you or did you not begin diluting his alcohol because of his incessant drinking?
Yes, I did.
Was there a reason for this?
Because he had nightmares and failed to deliver adequate paperwork, failed to keep his room tidy, and more importantly, had drunken fits with ghosts.
That'll be all, Lady Heidemann. Thank you.
There were a lot of people aware of Major Dario's state. Was there any move to demote him or have him be replaced, or any action on that? I know you said you were short-staffed, but if this was made aware, was there anything that was done to help mitigate this?
Understand, this is a separate force from my own. Yes, I am the Inquisitor present, and yes, I am able to command militarum assets as I wish. But this man was sent by his own superiors to replace Major Topman. Of this, it is not my purview nor my command. He is the senior officer here, unfortunately.
It seems the Lady Heidemann was attempting treatment, or something was being done.
I mean, in a more of a military way. If you understand that your commanding officer is unstable, then I'm just
in back-to-back two different wars, a man who is unfortunately very capable at what he does, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to have him replaced. At that point, unfortunately, you have to look at the pros outweighing the cons. He's good at killing, and a lot of killing need to be done, both of orcs and insurrectionists.
One experienced major was already lost. To lose another would be disastrous.
Stroff, come forth, please.
Corporal Stroff.
He's at your disposal, my baron.
What is asked of me?
Please, if you could give your testimony in regards to Major Dario's actions.
Permission to speak plainly, then?
Speak freely.
I was relieved as a newly initiated cataphract. I was supposed to serve with Dario's heavy unit. Only an hour before, I was discharged in place with Korsh, with his lesser levy of individuals from the 41st Rifles. Make no mistake, my Baron, I'm Imperial. I have no love for elves. My father was murdered by elves in Linwood. I went to the Grove to die. A North woman cut my neck, and I didn't die. I have no love for this province or its people. I'm here to do a job, and I should have died by all rights. And with the Castigars, I would have gotten my wish. At first, I thought it was the Inquisitor's orders, but no. Inquisitor informed me himself he would give me a good death in newer armor as he has promised, and here I am. Dario is not fit to lead. That is my final word about it.
If I may, my Baron. To his own statement, he went to the Grove to die, which means he knew that he was going there to fight. According to the Inquisitor, it was only supposed to be a siege.
What do you think happens when a siege fails?
Not surprising.
What happens when a siege fails? The walls are stormed. I never pretended that was out of the option. The problem is the attack started without my authority. And it cost me everything.
I'm one of 4 cataphracts. That should tell you the damage. There were 10 of us after the war. And I'm a new initiate. Dario should have had me with him. That way, with inquisitorial permission, I would have been the one to cut his throat. The man is drunk and a fucking idiot. I was robbed of a good death.
It's enough, Stroff. If the Baron has nothing more.
At this current time, no. If the Council would like to speak on any of these matters that have been discussed here today, now would be the time.
To me, it is clear that Dario is the one who has guilt. He acted without any order, and while there was a war going on, it was Dario who is being accused of the crimes, and he did admit to committing.
I'm Stroff.
All of them.
I don't think anyone here has doubts of Dario's guilt. I believe the questions that we're trying to answer is how involved is the Inquisitor? There are 2 chairs up there.
Well, that was because the Lady Heidemann was to represent him, but if you wish me to come and sit with the accused, if it makes you feel better, so be it. There are a lot of things coming to light with this current tribunal that I think that the Baron needs to look inward about, such as the clandestine operations of the Erdhart family, its involvement with the Grove. By the way, that would mean that they all knew of the Green Death beforehand, as well as the Shroom Lung that was also kept from you. This is a discredited house, who is clawing at anything possible to try and gain back their pride and glory, even if it means deceiving those that they swear to serve. And this, don't go off of my word. We have just discussed several things that this lordling's house is involved in that none of you had knowledge of. When you are the ruling authority. You are the authority. I know what I did, and I know the orders that I have. They are not grey. I am to destroy things that are a threat, unimaginable that a normal soldier or group thereof cannot. And I have
Stroff
failed
was
in this
given
duty.
permission
No
to
doubt
speak
I will
freely.
pay
Oh,
for
and
it
he said
from
his
the
piece.
Imperium.
And the funny part about that,
But the way this was
Stroff
done
wasn't
was so
coerced
plain it
at
broke the
all.
law.
He was robbed of
And
a
far
good death
smarter than
and
that.
made this known to Korsh.
If I'm as devious as
Then
I'm
Sigvana
painted
cut his
by
throat.
the, victims
He didn't
here,
die. He was death rolled.
then surely I would have went about this in a much
He was
smarter
robbed of the
fashion.
death he would have gotten with the Castigars.
Regardless,
He felt so
the whole
disgraced
reason
being
why
part of
I
a fucking
asked for this tribunal
Imperial Rifle Battalion after
is because
literally being
Imperial
promoted
forces are now at such
to a
standstill and a
Castigar
breaking point
cavalryman.
that justice must be had.
He was
I
robbed.
cannot allow my major
So, like, if you guys think that Blaze told him to say those things, or Darium told him to say those things, that's literally just Stroff. He's trying to
was to
die.
make a point.
I've said
by
this since the
pushing for
beginning
the
of the
man's
character.
execution.
Stroff is trying to die.
If that wasn't obvious, my lords.
My Baron. If you worry of the Erdhart's involvement, then take my word as someone who had no idea being involved with either group about what either was capable of or their histories. I'm appalled. But that does not mean that she, Feyfera, is the one on trial currently. And yes, I understand your point, Inquisitor, that it speaks to your actions and cause of justice, and cause for reason of being here. But the point of the matter is, my Baron, he circumvented the
Nulzus
law.
is technically
Yes,
correct.
Dario. But subsequently, the Inquisitor.
Do tell me how I circumvented the law.
Allow me to finish, Inquisitor.
Do tell me how I circumvented the law.
As he used Dario's approach to attack.
Hmm.
It is still a Gradian citizen. I still have not heard your word whether you think she is not. His follow-up and attacking a Gradian citizen is against our laws.
Is it against your laws to harbor fugitives of another nation?
When you
Yes, Lady knows this. Yes, Lady knows this, it is. And she not only harbors one, but two. Two deserters. One being a high-ranking officer. You were not told this. She did not report this. The point isn't being put on trial for that.
Inquisitor.
I'm not saying that I am. Thank you. The point is that they're trying to use the law as a basis of reasoning that the people in there are lawful. They are not.
My Inquisitor, after you learned that Faye was your quarry, did you kill any Gradian citizens?
Say again?
After you found out that Faye was your quarry, did you kill
Very good
any
question.
Gradian citizens?
Simply answered, though.
The only people I killed were elves from Belshoy and Erdhart soldiers sent there to impede my progress, so no.
Is there a crime for killing non-Gradian citizens?
The
No, it's
use
murder.
of the chemical weapon, indiscriminate, by the way, was used, which means he does not care who he killed in there.
May I remind you again that the area was filled with an army of monsters? Monsters, not men, not elves, not dwarves, not hobbits. Monsters.
Brunswick
made
in
of
another
bark and
life
wood and stone.
would have made an
Creatures
absolutely
pulled from the very
disgusting
earth that do not
criminal
think for
defender.
themselves. They obey their
lawyer.
master.
He would be able to
So yes, I
snake
can
his
understand
way
why
into any jury.
the acolyte used what he did.
Brunswick in
I
another
fully
life,
support him,
I
and I
am
will defend him.
completely convinced.
There was
If he
also
was offered a
evidence-
lot of money, would be
If-
able
if we're
to
really going to
coerce
go into
the
this, because
judge
it's so
and
foolish,
jury of his client's
Imperial
crime,
soldiers, there
completely
remains,
like get them out of it.
within
I'm
these
convinced.
particular gases. We did not gas our own men.
There's
But I
just a
guarantee
way
you that
he.
those
Now, obviously, court
fighting
has a real
against
ruling,
us
like
had no
overruled,
qualms
not relevant.
using it
A
when
lot
they
of
needed
this
to
is
subdue an enemy.
hearsay at the
Let's
moment
not
for
pretend to
evidence.
stand on fucking high grounds here. This is semantics. What we do
And
have
semantics.
is secrets kept by a house trying to whisper into their baron's ear. What we do have is this was never reported, if believed unlawful, by the victims present. For
Better
some
call
strange
Brahms.
reason, never reported to the guard or to the Baron.
The
We have a
Ace
Baroness,
attorney?
forgive me,
Yeah.
who may be compromised, as she was brought to the Grove alone, unprotected, by someone who is known to use subversion to protect themselves.
Every DM is here.
We have leading
bad
up
for
to that
everyone
event,
else.
the woman being told to surrender herself to the law, that she will be extradited and tried at a tribunal. By her own words, she said, "I am a fugitive. I am a fugitive." On top of this, she never disclosed this information to the Baron or Baroness. She lied to them in doing so and took advantage of that to gain citizenship. Why do you think a woman that lives in the woods wanted Gradian citizenship with that sort of past? For this very reason. To hide behind this. To make it difficult for me to extradite her. To try and put me and my work at odds with your laws. She does not want to live here. She has abandoned several places before this. She lived at Ledford with a grove, left it. She lived at Adwick with a grove, left it. I'm sure you're itching, my lord, to point out where the Imperium invaded, that it did. But the point is, she's not tied down to any one place. There's a multitude of things that this council needs to look inward about, because it was all built up to protect her from justice. She doesn't want to be a citizen here. She does not care about this nation or this province.
so sick.
She cares about her own safety and security.
She's also not the one on trial. Exactly.
Yes, but you keep bringing that up as a way to defend her actions. She cannot be defended.
I have heard your account, Inquisitor.
Hmm.
At this time, I will call for a short recess as I convene with my council in regards to the affairs and crimes by the Major Dario. As for the matters that have also been discussed here at this council, it will be overseen over the course of the couple of days, and then an action will be taken. But as of now,
I will have to refuse that, Baron. My judgment of the Major will not wait.
not for the Major, the other one, sorry.
Me, you mean?
Reviewing that,
Very well.
that has now been made inlandly. As for the Major, that will happen today.
Very good.
My counsel?
At least there'll be a little bit of justice today.
But the Major and manacles.
This table can agree on.
We'll figure out the Inquisitor. Waste of time.
Thank you. Molly Heineman, I need you as a witness.
I am here.
I'm sorry.
I had good respects to your father.
She has a point, my barony.
But in the rank that should have been mine.
However,
as my father used to be.
The Major has already confessed to his guiltiness. His
Now,
execution
after
is
hearing
guaranteed,
this,
but I would urge an
It could have
inquiry
been so much
into
more.
the Inquisitor,
Not sure what
into the Earharts, and into Faye, and we need him alive for that.
We don't live in that world. Action of 6 rogue men does not change everything we have done. Does not change the wars we have won.
sort of trial against the
It does
Inquisitor
not.
can at
I
least
know that
wait
for a
until
fact.
after further
That's good.
Rogue men will
investigations.
be rogue men. I
It
can
was my
understand that.
intention. You forgive my lack of clarity in that regard.
Much has been presented at this council chamber, much
That's
that I
another.
must see to, but in this very moment we are to see to the one known as Major Dario.
I'm sorry about all this.
Oh, don't be sorry. We'll make one request, though.
It'll be quick.
No, that's not what I was going to ask. I'm going to die. I want to die with a bit of dignity. And that's to be adorned with my helm and my sword.
What are the intentions?
Thank you.
Inquisitor, you noticed the horse that Torty was ride upon had a massive gash to its leg.
If I could have found a different way, I would have.
Things don't always play out well, do
No, they don't.
Inquisitor, pleasure to see you return.
Find the Major, his helm, his weapon, make sure it is sealed within the scabbard, and bring him back. You can have his ribbons. Hurry up.
Of course. Of course.
Nadia, sorry to interrupt. Do you happen to have a potion that I could give my horse real quick?
Bring it.
Okay.
Nothing.
Do you have a tier 3? Give me a frank.
Oh.
Behind.
With a 14, as you inject the syringe deep into the horse is startled for a moment, buckles, and is upset, stomping its feet, ruffles a bit as you try to calm it. With a 14 plus the 3, it will do its job. The wound will
have to go,
slowly
Torty.
start closing.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's just so poetic. That's all. It's just so poetic. Fuck. It's just so poetic.
We'll make our way to the outer wall. Go around.
Such a fucking waste.
Such a long walk. I agree. It is quite a waste. You're a good man.
Formation behind me, prisoner before. No matter where we are deployed, we have a duty to fulfill. Regardless of your militarum, inquisition, whatever it is, you're sent by your emperor with a mission in mind. And that mission is greater than us all. There's a strict hierarchy. And a reason why we follow it. The reason why the next man knows the man above him's job, so when that man dies, he may rise to the occasion. Because a broken chain of command leads to atrocities, mistakes, and losses. Before you is Major Dario, traitor to Ireland, reformed imperial, guilty of treason, guilty of murder, dereliction of duty, disobeying an inquisitorial order, disobeying a militarium order, and taking actions unbefitting that of a man of his rank. By both word of the Inquisition and in the presence of the Gradian Council of the Redard dynasty, Major Dario is hereby sentenced to death. My pistol. You are my witness that it is loaded, as will be the Baron. Major Dario, on behalf of the Inquisition, on behalf of the men stationed here under the former Major Todman, I find you guilty of all crimes and sentence you to die. May Sotar have mercy on your soul and those you leave behind.
Confirmed death.
Honor guard to the pyre. This man has disgraced the uniform, but no record of him shall exist. Staff Sergeant, help me.
Especially circumstance.
Ludwig, his legs, please.
Visitor has been prepared with the finest oils I could acquire. Shall there be any words of faith to the departed?
He's betrayed the faith.
Let's see then what lies the helm knows.
So be it.
This executional judgment has been carried out. You are all dismissed.
As far as I'm concerned, my debt to the Imperium.
The Imperium will remain to clean up the mess.
Do we return to town?
Bro, the highest form of respect? I've seen Elemental. The big bow. Dude, that's a real thing.
Your orders, Lady Heidemann.
When the body is burned, discard of the ashes. Toss the armor into the sea.
Understood.
This is why you just follow orders.
This is why you just follow orders! And you don't do what you think is best! You do as you're told! You do as you're told! You fools! You just have to do what you're told.
Since when has Dario ever been silent in a situation as such? Never.
Blackfield. When nightfall and the stars are bound to be about again.
Truly, there is no greater love than this. There is no greater love. May your spark continue to burn brightly where others can't see. Should you ask it of me? Should we see each other again? Oh, you wandering soul. If it is within my power, you shall have it. There is no greater love than this. Maintain security of the clinic. If you have nothing to say, put yourself to work. There is much to do. And find courage.
Blackfield and help clean up.
Very good. See you all soon. Greater love hath no man than he who lays down his life for his friend.
Things always are going on.
A lot of stuff I don't even remember. Blue Light.
A most interesting testimony by the Inquisitor, don't you think?
Yes, Lady Item.
One has to wonder why he left me out entirely.
One has to wonder why no one else mentioned you.
I can't say it's out of protection. Mayhaps someone on the council would squeal. They'll get back to the Inquisition, I don't know. But I was there. I stopped it all. By my own authority, my own action, I stopped it all. And he knows this. So ends a very good man's life.
Only everyone else could see him that way.
I'm sure everyone else did. Had they but known. They will not.
But they will.
And this is good. Some things are best left unsaid and untouched. Yes. What is it, Knight?
I have only to inform you that the Inquisitor relieved me of my vigil and has taken over.
We will leave him to deal with work that is required.
You're relieved of clinician staff duties. You can maintain your position at the boat and make sure everyone's doing their job. Lock down the Imperator.
Lock down the Imperator, aye, my lady.
Thank you. I've come to the conclusion, Sir Blackfield. Sorry, Quartermaster, newly demoted Quartermaster Blackfield. But I'm a very selfish person. And it's not inherently bad by any means, or evil, or condescending, or clever, however you want to spin it. It is just in my nature. I am forever stuck like this, selfish, peaceful, an advocate for peace. And it is that thing that will get me killed. Because I am catered this way. Mark my words, it may not be prevalent now. When I die, when I cease to persist, it will be because of what I am. Then I'll have no one to blame. So I stay humble. One has to be there to live some semblance of life.
Can't help wonder what's that trial really about?
You know
because to be honest with you, it wasn't about killing the Major.
No. No, it wasn't. It also wasn't about Faye. And it wasn't about the Earharts. It wasn't about the Inquisitor. If not these things, what was it about?
To me, it seems all too personal. Whether it's about a house or not, or a empire, or an inquisitor, or an elf who lives in the woods. At the end of the day, all anyone could talk about in that room was destruction and power.
Accountability.
And yet a man who was, before he even stepped in that room, convicted to be executed, sat there quietly, listening to all of them bitch.
It's very unlike
In his
Dorian.
final hours, he had to listen to that shit.
Really makes you
And
wonder
that
why he stayed silent. Have you ever noticed the man did not have an opinion about every little thing, has to make a point, has to make
Yes.
an argument? He's a drunken
he stayed
loon.
silent.
So why?
Drunken.
I jest. I know where all his alcohol is. I know there's one stored up in the curtain. I know there's one up here. I know a great deal about Dario. So then, why stay silent? Why the sudden change of character?
Maybe it's because he finally got what he wanted. Peace.
It's possible.
Because I think he was never going to find peace here.
You are correct.
So maybe that's why. He was comfortable amongst everyone who was uncomfortable, dissatisfied, angry. Out of everyone, he was at most at peace because he knew it wasn't much longer. Yet, everyone seems to feel as though it cost many burning on that pyre. Part of the reason why we're still here.
That man burning on that pyre was innocent. Just following orders. You know it as well as I. So then, there's not much more to say about it. His name doesn't even exist in the records anymore. They're all going to be burned. His journal I'll give off to someone else. Dario the Imperial never existed. There will be no songs, no history, no nothing.
You ever read his journal?
In a way, I don't believe Orfeo was intended for me.
Perhaps not.
There are others, though. Plus, everything Dario would be able to write into a book, one that is keen-eyed, can pick up most of what he wanted to say, or has done, or regrets, or wishes to do.
It's true.
I know.
What's he doing in here?
I was going to go all through Dario's records and have them burned as it is getting scrubbed. But now I am very sick. I don't feel like I can. Sorry.
Get the fuck out. You and this fucking wretch. Get out. Your new office will be ready for you on the morrow. I'll make sure of it. Plus whatever documentation you need.
Thank you. Please.
Lady Heidemann,
Yes.
if you are feeling unwell, Ludwig has advised me that you stay in your room. So that you may treat it. He's informed
There's no
me
treating
of what
this.
has
I
been
touched
happening.
a wet leper. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
The surgeon has advised me to stay in your room
Until every bit of me starts falling off. What an idea.
so that they can see to you appropriate thing.
Fine. I'll stay in my room.
Lady Heidemann, I don't want you to see this as me trying to... ordering you around. I am merely advising.
I know. And I should know better than to wander the street. As the Imperial in charge with one escort, I will stay.
Anything, please. Don't help others in your state. Rest. Give your orders to us, and let us carry out your... It is all I ask.
I will do what is best. And what is best is making sure the officer in charge doesn't die.
Do you have any need of me any further, Lady Heidemann?
Not unless you can find a cure.
I will try.
Good luck.
but I am useless in the regards of medicine.
I will remain here. I may take some fresh air here and there, but I won't go as far as the clinic.
Thank you, Lady Heidemann. That I will see to the rest. The inventory and the troops.
Thank you. And when you get a chance, whenever Korsh finds time, I still have a letter I need to give him.
Understood.
Good night, Blackfield.
Good night, Lady Heidemann.
And sometimes since I've written the poem, to feel alive, to once more feel whole. Kindled friendships, bittersweet memories, a covenant made of love and kindness, stories shared and told, echoed footsteps of my forebears followed, searching for reason and how. The world moving ever onward, forever changing, but I stay as I am. I grow ever distant, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. My pride hath wounded me, taken what was hard. My eyes aloft to that pyre's cross. Persistence all one can muster, fluttering, fluttering, desperately to and fro. My heart is not my own. I wear it on a sleeve of white stained red. Despite the cost, despite the lust. The laurel crown waves in the wind, each second chance bestowed on her head. Through suffering, one has come to value happiness, value life. The vision so distant, so fleeting, the world torn asunder, scarred with her own marks of strife. What a privilege it was to walk here, to take in this fine art. Death is patient. Death is truth. Borrowed time slowly used and spent by eye. It's deathless, heralding monarch. Two minus 2. Total failure.
Ladia is full of surprises. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. It's unfathomable. Inexter said it best. Ladia's existence is near purely impossible. Even he can't explain how she exists. It's impossible. And yet we're here. Cautious confirmed she died. And yet she is here. She took a bullet through the back past her heart, ended up in the Inquisitor's office, and still she is here. Had her arm bitten off, and still she is here. Persistent. Very persistent. What a scene that was. Hey, Lennon. Hey, buddy. We are still here. It is a very tough character to portray. I'll say that. There's just so many things I have to hard stick to, and I try my very best to stick to certain things. And then I have to remind myself when I do something that's not within my character's interest, I have to refrain from doing it, and it is very hard to do. Had it not been for Kyler's oath, Ladia would have said something, or I would have wanted to say something through the character. Said the trial stayed on subject, but I just had to shut up because I said no further involvement. Ladia's been shot 2 times. She was nearly assassinated. First go around. She was almost enslaved, lest we forget. Yeah, that's one of Ladia's biggest fears. Death, she is not afraid of. To her, death is like a very nice ally to have, knowing you're going to die type deal. Ladia does not like pain. It's a pity because that is her penance and lot in life. She will forever feel pain. It's justice that way. Forever be in pain, which she does not like. Or a cage to be used for nefarious deeds. Now there's many things to fear. Death is definitely not one of them. It would be a mercy at that state. Right? Even she knows this. Right? They do have wings. Check it out. It's pretty cool. I can interact with this now. These are my wings. Make no mistake, this is a very important item. Without it, she would not persist. It's very important she has it on, at least most of the time. If that wasn't apparent enough. Remember when she went a day without it? And it was broken? She gave it to Raylan and asked it for it to be repaired. She fixed it within a day. But being without it made Lottie anxious, tired, worried. And when she got it back, it was all okay. No. That is incorrect. It was given to her the day of. She just wasn't aware of it. She didn't understand what this was. She still doesn't. In a way, it's a way of ensuring Grandmama is always close. It's a memento item, you know? With a lot of sentimental value. No. No. I even have art of it. A very, very, very good art piece. She's so gray, Jesus. Yeah. This is what happens when all the blood leaves your body. Those of you who've experienced the real world, if you've ever been to, like, first responder scenes. So I'm CERT. I do disaster response. That's my side job, as I would call it. I volunteer firefight, and I'm certified in disasters. So I'm first on the scene type deal, where I deal with something because I'm certified to do it. But yeah, when you're dying or dead, you get paler than this. All that blood is no longer circulating, it's just stagnant and stuck. And unless you're in the sun, you become as pale as a switch. It's terrible. It's terrible stuff. Such is reality. It's real. And it's not the fact it's so cold in here, it's because now Lottie's running 104-degree fever. Trying to beat back an almost unbeatable illness. And I already have negative modifiers because I am not physically strong. I'm not.
Damn fever. I need water, or I will die.
Correct. Her grandmother was an elf who was a lore keeper. As an old elf, she's very old, that I know. She fell in love with a human who also fell in love with her. Need more books. Book. All one can do is right. Yes. Book is very good. We like our books. We do well to have them.
this wind coming from? There are no open windows. Perhaps I'm hallucinating now. But the fire is steady, yet you move all the same. I don't understand. Again, what further is there to understand? Oh, I can't even sit back anymore. It's like that one time where I couldn't breathe. water. Oh. And so she shall remain for all time in death. Okay. It's sleep time. What's this? I want more theories about Marco Moro. That's pretty good. Looks like this guy.
Yeah, that's about it.
Time for sleep. Time for sleep. Time for sleep. Alright, y'all. I'm going to bed. It's time to die. Dirt nap.
Oh boy.
Alright, y'all. Listening to Bruns, because I know he's going till 4 fucking a.m. I have to work tomorrow, so I can't stay. Such is the way of life.
This is not good.
We'll see if she death rolls tomorrow. Who knows? This is a very bad sickness. Don't you mean today? Oh yeah, true. True, 'tis nighttime. We'll see what happens. I don't know. 'Tis the way of the world. Some things you just can't get enough medicine for. Good night, y'all. Bye-bye.